Hello and welcome to this, our 177th live stream. Is David Falk the same as Dr. Falk? Let's just put a comment up here for a moment and we will see here. 7:36 was it? Yes. Kiara puts here, tonight's thumbnail refers to Ephraim not being the only Ephraim in the Bible per Monday's video. The fact that Google has finally changed the author status of my book to David A. Falk, not David B. Falk, and not the sports agent, is merely a happy coincidence. It took 4 years for this to happen.
That it happened this week.
That it happened this week with that thumbnail. God is messing with us. He's totally messing with us. So, yes, finally Google gets it right. We want to remind everybody to, if you are interested in doing our Egypt in the Bible tour, please sign up. The link is in the description. It's going to be an amazing tour, so we do want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to at least sign up for it. And I think that's it for the announcements. So we're going to get into the questions. Again, the rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. If you are going to ask a non-super chat question, which we do take, we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of the question so we know it's directed to us. No Q, no colon, might as well not exist. The other thing is, only post your question once. Question spamming is prohibited. It'll disqualify your question for the night. Next thing is that if it's something in the Bible, we do ask that you give us some context, particularly the book, the chapter, and the verse. That helps us just define things and gives us context for the question. And then finally, if you sponsor a non-super chat, which we do allow, we ask that you copy the question into your super chat so that we don't have to hunt for it. It just saves us a lot of time. All right? So, those are the ground rules. We're happy you joined us tonight, and we're going to get right to the questions. All right. Our first question here is from Ernie Stanley. And he says, thoughts on creating Jesus or pastoral AI chatbots for advice and teaching? It's generally a terrible idea. Okay, I think AI is not where it needs to be to do this. The fact of pastoral ministry does require nuance and understanding. It's not something that you can just hand over to a chatbot and expect it to do a decent job. So, and frankly, I do get ads from AIs companies that are working on this stuff already, and I've always told them no, thank you, not interested in pitching your company, your pastoral AI chatbot, your devotional chatbot, whatever you have. It's of no interest to me because I've seen how bad some of that advice can be. So I don't think it's good. I don't think they're good. They're not where they need to be, essentially. So, yeah, Jack Ray, there's no soul in it. Yeah. There's no soul in it, and there's no way that, it can empathize with the person. It doesn't understand. Just pure simple, it doesn't understand. It's unable to understand. So yeah, I think there's problems with chatbots that try to dish out pastoral advice. I don't think it's a good resource.
If you labeled it.
Yeah, and there is something too, as my producer points out here, there is something to the fact that you're being empathized and sympathized with by a real human being. You know, chatbot can't show you sympathy. It can't show you empathy. It has no way of doing that. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a correct.
And a lot of the reasons that people do reach out is just for the human connection of somebody caring. You know, saying, "Oh yeah, here's a chatbot. It'll fix your problem." Yeah, that says you don't give a crap. Okay. Nice. Nice. You know, maybe ask a chatbot about your taxes, and I wouldn't even do that. Okay? But don't ask it about anything personal. All right. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Next non-super chat here is from Followers of the Shepherd. And he says, according to a YouTuber, some mummies have been found to have metal bands on their teeth, which seems to be an early form of dentures. Is this true? I'm rather skeptical. Yes, actually, it is true. Some mummies have been found with wire binding teeth together. Now, it's not a denture as much as it's a bridge. Okay? So it's an early form of bridge, where they're basically taking a piece of wire, drilling through a dead tooth and a living tooth, and they're wrapping the teeth together to hold the dead tooth in place. So, yes, they did do this. It is a thing. Yeah, grills. Grills, yeah. Bling! Really? How bizarre. Yeah, it's a thing. Yeah. Yeah, we do find mummies that have these, and they're usually wrapped twice. So it's a thing. They did have these bridges. So yeah, a dental bridge. Yeah, the Egyptians invented the dental bridge. It's really weird, but yeah. So yes, true, confirmed. Okay. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. It was a cool question. Pablo Marquez asks, was the Holy of Holies that dangerous that you could not enter for reforms? This one's kind of a yes and no kind of thing. It depended who you were. It depended on... It wasn't an inherently dangerous thing, but it was considered to be holy. And if you violated that holiness in more than one way, yeah, you could be killed for it. It did happen that, you know, people who were mishandled holy things in multiple ways, and it wasn't just one offense normally that got you killed. It was usually several that would have get you killed. I think was it Pompey entered the Holy of Holies, and he didn't get killed. Okay, so it wasn't a universal thing, but at the same time too, it was just one of those that's not to do sort of situations. We've never AJ Higgins, Never seen Dr. Falk in the same room. Dr. David Falk in the same room as with Dr. Falk or David Falk. Funny that. Have you seen the two in the same room?
No, but somebody has one.
Oh, yes. Well,
So, you've been in the same room.
yes, well, yeah, we have been in the same room. Okay. So, yeah, Pompey got it in the end, but he didn't get, like, insta-death. And that's what a lot of people talk about here. Yeah, he got it in the end. I mean, he was assassinated, but but yeah, it was so it was one of those things. We don't actually have any records of anybody dying in the Holy Holies. Okay, there's no record of anyone ever dying in the Holy Holies. This whole idea that somebody that they'd have to wrap a rope around your foot of the high priest when he went in, that's just myth.
That's a cool story.
Cool story, not true. Okay, so it seems that entering the Holy of Holies was less serious than actually touching the Ark of the Covenant in an improper way. So that's about all we can say about that. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Haystack asks, wouldn't death in the Holy of Holies make it unclean? Yes, it would. Yeah. That's a problem too. Yeah, it would make it ritually unclean. So it's probably why God didn't kill people in the Holy of Holies.
Ew, dead body.
Yeah. Yeah, dead body, icky, yes. Okay. Let's get to the super chats. Right, first, because we got a lot of them tonight. A lot of super chats. So we'll probably be buzzing through these a little faster than normal. I want to thank Jack Ray for his gift of 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much. Your support of the channel means a lot to us. It helps us a lot. So thank you so very much. I see Addison Weir's in the house. All right, next super chat here is from Andrew Tinsley for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do we know what ancient Egyptian music sounded like? Would the Psalms as originally performed have sounded similar to it? We don't know exactly what Egyptian tunings were. We have some ideas of their instruments. They'll use a timbrel, which is kind of a shaker. They had the lyre, which is a harp-shaped object. They had drums, but we don't exactly know how they tuned it. We do know that the later, say, Arabic period Egyptian scales were slightly different than the Western ones. So it doesn't follow the same scale progression. So we're not exactly sure if that was an Arabic thing or if that was an Egyptian thing. But Patui says everyone guesses pentatonic scale because it's almost a human universal. The Egyptian scale though is different. It's not pentatonic. So and I'm not great on music theory anyway. But I just happen to know that it wasn't pentatonic. So even though everyone guesses pentatonic, it probably wasn't. But we're not exactly sure what it was. So yeah, would be great if it was pentatonic, but we're just not sure. We don't know for certain. The scales just seem to be different. And in what way are they different is hard to say. So we just don't have enough information here. Okay, so thank you very much for that super chat. I hoped it helped. Unfortunately, we just don't know in this case. I want to thank TBD for becoming a paid member at the Seth level. Thank you very much for doing that. We really appreciate it. It does help to basically stretch Jack Ray's gifts to people who haven't yet become members. So we appreciate it, and thank you so very much. TBD for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Sponsoring Konksavar. Would the ancient Israelites have had a similar genetic makeup to the ancient Canaanites during the time of the Exodus and conquest? Yes, they would have. Okay? And there's a couple reasons why the ancient Israelites would have had a similar genetic makeup. Okay? The first reason is they were Amorites. And Amorites originally come from that northern that area of northern Levant, Syria. Okay? So and then from there they spread all over the place. Okay. So there was that Amorite ancestry in the Israelite lineage that has that Neolithic Levantine DNA, which is shared with the Canaanites. The second reason is once they got into the Promised Land, they intermarried with the Canaanites. They didn't wipe out all the Canaanites. They married them, which, even though the Bible warns, that's what they did anyway. So it's one of those things where they got a kind of a double dose of Canaanite DNA, first from their Amorite ancestry and then from their intermarriages. So genetically, they should look almost exactly the same as Canaanites. That doesn't show you that there's a lot of differentiation here, but it does show that there is a common ancestry and a common pedigree. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and thank you for sponsoring that question. Okay, the next one here is from TBD for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How do large ages work when they are stated in narrative and not genealogy? For example, Abraham's age when Ishmael and Isaac were born. Very much the same way, where you would probably have a line of Abrahams, not just one. So it's probably the case that, like, Abraham lives to 250. I mean, that's a really, really long time. So there's probably more than one Abraham. So there's probably a line of Abrahams. So it happens the same in narratives, though, as it does in genealogies. So it's very, very similar in its treatment and approach. Because, again, the tribal chief is inheriting the line. He's inheriting the line, including the age. 175, okay. I stand corrected. Yeah, so, he lives to a long time. But he's probably representing a line of Abrahams, not just Abraham. So, yeah. Take that comment. Where to go? Haystack says, Pharaoh having the hits for Abraham's old wife. Tell me how that works. Yeah, exactly. No, that's not how this works. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of people say, well, she looked young for her age. Yeah. Pharaoh with his choice of wives. Yeah. No. Yes. No. Let's get real about this. Okay. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Daniel for $5 asks, which prophetic books do you think were written before the exile? I think the major prophets, particularly Isaiah and Ezekiel. So that's where I would start with. Is I would say those two books probably stand, as your preeminent pre-exile books. And frankly, most people think this in the scholarly community. You do see this. There's some debate whether there was a first, a second Isaiah, and some people will say that first Isaiah was written pre-exile, and second Isaiah was post-exile. But there's very little debate as to whether first Isaiah was pre-exile. So that's what I kind of think here is that Isaiah and Ezekiel were both pre-exile. So basically the major prophets. Let's see, anything else we consider? Yeah, that would be probably my take on it. Ecclesiastes would probably be pre-exile. And a couple of the minor prophets might be pre-exile, but I'm really not too sure the dating of those. So that's where I'd stand on that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Hope that helps. Okay, TBD's 5-year-old for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I hope you like this picture. Love you guys always. We have one question. Why did God create the world? To have relationship. Our God is a God that thrives on relationship. He wants to have relationship with his creations. And this is how he manifests his love, is by creating. He creates beings that he can have relationship with. So it's one of those things that, well, to have relationship, he has to make created beings. I mean, he has relationship with the Trinity. The Trinity has it, but he wants more relationship, which is why he made the spirit critters. It's also why he made us, is to have relationship. So it's a manifestation of his love. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And I got a super sticker from TBD's 5-year-old 2 for $149. Thank you for the super sticker. Unicorns with rainbows. Lovely. Fantastic. There is a picture of a unicorn on the black obelisk of Shalmaneser III. It's really uncanny. Yeah, there is a unicorn on that stela. So, and it's being brought to Shalmaneser as tribute. And BC plot twist, we're God's imaginary friends. Could be. Yeah, that could be. Wouldn't deny it. Okay. So, yeah, we do actually see a unicorn on a ancient inscription. Whose obelisk? Shalmaneser III. It's the black obelisk of Shalmaneser III. It's actually housed at the British Museum, I think. But there's a copy of it in the Chicago Museum if you want to see it. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. All right. Next super chat here. Oops, pick that off. Is from Daniel for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think IP's Gospel Reliability series has been good or does it need improvement? I haven't watched it, honestly. Uh, I don't actually watch all of IP's content. Um, so I really don't know how good it is or not. Because again, I don't watch everything he does. He's pretty careful though, so I tend to like his stuff. He does work on it a lot. So, and he does consult experts often when he does these things. Doesn't always, which he should do, but most of the time he does. So, um, I would say overall, um, Linguist Ammo says here, uh, watch his Matthew video and it was pretty good. Okay, I'll take his word for it. Um, so, Slammer says, except when he gets to the Greco-Roman bios. Yeah, I guess I've said I haven't seen it, so I don't know. So I can't really comment on this one way or the other because I haven't watched it. So, but hope that helps. Yeah, he's usually very reliable. Linguist Ammo said he has changed his opinion on the Sodom and Gomorrah piece too. Finally, that took a lot. That took a lot too. Yeah, that Sodom and Gomorrah piece wasn't good. So, yeah, I'm glad he's changed his mind on that. All right, so let's get to the next one here. Oops. And the next one here is from Daniel for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, any advice on writing sermons? Yes. A good sermon takes 15 to 20 hours to write. So I would take your time. You're going to be spending most of that 15 to 20 hours just understanding your text. You need to go through that text and go through it in the original languages. Okay? Yeah, don't use AI. Yeah, that's not a good place to start. But go through the text in the original languages and really sort of piece out what it's saying. Then use at least 5 commentaries. So there is, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to put together a sermon. It takes a long time. As I said, 15 to 20 hours. So, yeah, this is why the pastoral profession is a full-time job. Because you're spending all that time in the scriptures, really trying to piece it out, really trying to engage it, trying to figure out, as I said, most of your time is going to be trying to figure out what is the Holy Spirit saying through the text. And then, one other thing I would add to this: stick to your text. Okay, stick to your text. You know, and it's basically read the text, explain the text, apply the text. It's as simple as that, but don't go outside of your text. You know, you might want to occasionally do a reference another passage somewhere else in the Bible that applies to your text, but stick to your text. It's a lot stronger. Your sermon will be a lot stronger if you just stick to the passage. Yeah. This is why expository preaching is much superior to topical. Because if you stick to your passage, you're going to you're going to basically use what the Holy Spirit is saying without proof texting. The problem with topical sermons is they tend to proof text. So you're taking passages out of their context, and then you're not getting God's word. You're getting the word of the pastor. And when you preach, you really want to be focused on communicating what God is saying in the text. So that's my advice for writing sermons. Again, it's going to take you 15 to 20 hours to do it because this is a lot of work. Most of that's going to be spent on understanding your text. Read the text. Yeah,
Who shapes the barber?
yeah, but
That's what you were teaching. This is how the
yeah. As my producer said here, this is how the pastor grows in relationship with God. Okay? Is by doing this expository preaching. Patui adds here, expository preaching helps protect the congregation from peculiar soapboxes. It does. Yeah. Don't go topical. I mean, there's a couple occasions where a topical sermon's okay, but for the vast majority of your preaching, preach expositorily. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Tom Wanchek for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think David wrote the Davidic Psalms? I think he wrote some of them. I'm not sure if he wrote all of them, but I think he definitely wrote some of them. They're very old. So that would not surprise me if he wrote them. But there's a lot of Psalms that were written by others too, so it's probably not just David who wrote them, but a lot of Psalms were written by David. So again, I think a lot of them did. I think some may have been written by others, but I think it's one of those cases where David had time on his hands and he could write. Okay. So why not? I haven't seen a really great argument against Davidic authorship of the Psalms. So I have every expectation that he would have written at least some of them. All right. Next one here is from Tom Wanchek for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Any thoughts on Chad Bird, Old T scholar on YouTube? Not familiar with him. I haven't watched his material. So, not having watched his material, it's hard for me to say. Excuse me. Okay. So, I can't comment on his material because I have not seen it. Daniel for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think Peter wrote 2 Peter? If so, why is it so similar to Jude? Yes, I think he did write it. But I think he used an amanuensis too. Okay? So I think he had a secretary help him out on this. So I think this is one of those cases where, say, probably 1 Peter was written by Peter himself, but 2 Peter was written with the help of an amanuensis. So, were these entirely Peter's words? It's hard to say. Was Peter influenced by Jude? Could be. It's difficult to say exactly what the relationship here between 2 Peter and Jude is. At the same time, too, I don't have any reason to doubt the authorship other than just to look at the styles of the two epistles. And, you really do get the sense that they're written by different people, but that can also, as I said, be explained by amanuensis, a scribe that helped him out, which is very common in that day and age. This happened frequently, where and we even see this done by the prophets. Prophets do this too, where you have the prophet speaking and the scribe taking it all down. So you're going to get different styles of, say, Greek between the two because of that. So I hope that helps. I do think, though, that 2 Peter was written by Peter. Okay, 18 Ministries for $19.99. Thank you for that generous super chat. Thanks to the context on how a functional creation has no say in the origins debate, unlike material creation. But I still didn't get what a functional creation is. Laugh out loud. What does it mean? The designation or purpose identity. That's going to be difficult to say. The general idea of a functional creation is that in the created order, you're designating certain things to have a function. That's basically it in a nutshell. You're not really, say, doing it from scratch, but you're basically saying, hey, I made this. This is how I'm assigning it. So it's God more or less basically putting his stamp on the created order and said, I did this for this purpose. So it's something that's meant to specify the ends or the teleology of a thing. So essentially, what's the purpose of creation? Okay. So it's basically God taking his creation and basically saying, I have designated for this. This, like the land. I've created the land, and I am designating it for the land animals. I created the sea. I'm designating that for the sea creatures. Okay. So that's sort of the purpose of functional creation. Then he creates the sea creatures and says, okay, I'm going to fill that space now with creatures and that are going to function in there. So the purpose of the sea creatures is to fill the sea. So that's really what functional creation is. It's just that assigning that purpose to creation. It's not so much to explain the order of creation. So that's why we have to make that distinction here between, say, a functional creation and a scientific creation, as it were. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you again. How should we understand the distinction of clean versus unclean animals in a pre-Israelite context in Genesis 7:2? All right, let's pull that up. Let's take a look. Okay, Genesis 7, verse 2. 6, 7. All right. And this is the instructions to Noah. You shall take with you of every clean animal by sevens, male and female, and of the animals that are not clean, 2, a male and his female. All right. I would say here that this is a retrojection. Basically, I don't think Noah had a strong distinction of clean and unclean. But again, this is setting up, this Genesis 1 through 11 is setting up the whole temple, sacred space kind of rubric. So that's what's being set up here, is sacred space. So for that purpose, there's going to need to be that distinction of clean and unclean. So I think what's happening here is that it's being retrojected into the text when Moses' scribes are writing this out. They're basically saying to the people of Israel who are reading this, okay, there's going to be a lot more emphasis placed upon clean than unclean. So when we load the animals onto the bark here, onto the ark, you're going to have the clean ones in sevens, so they get a leg up, and the uncleans in pairs, and they just take their chances. Okay. So this is really a way of saying, and because we have to keep in mind something too about the ark as well, it's a sacralizing converter. Okay, the ark is a sacralizing converter. It's meant to make things ritually appropriate for sacred use. Okay, so when you get the animals aboard, you get the clean ones, but they still have to be made ready for sacred use. Likewise, for the unclean animals, same deal. But because the unclean animals are not going to be used in temple ritual, those are just sort of prepared, and the numbers don't have to be sort of as heavily skewed in that direction. So I think this is just a retrojection, essentially. I don't think Noah really thought about this in terms of clean. I don't think he had those categories when he loaded the ark. But it's one of those things that Moses is sort of tweaking the story for his ritual use. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on the serpent as a chaos monster, Genesis 3? He's not a chaos monster. Okay, he's not a chaos monster. He's a cherubim. Okay. Now, we're gonna have to get into here the difference between what is a cherubim and what is a chaos monster. A chaos monster is a side effect of creation. When God creates, he doesn't just create material things. He creates material and immaterial in a sort of simultaneous creative act. So when he does this, there's these side effects. And you've got the material creation, but you also have the chaos monsters that have resulted as the side effect of that creation that eventually need to be vanquished because they eventually cause creation to fall down. This is where the Council of Gods comes in, okay? Those chaos monsters have to be eliminated and replaced. You can't just eliminate those chaos monsters because they're there as a part of creation. Without the chaos monsters, creation falls down. So you need the Council of Gods to prop up the creation after the chaos monsters are eliminated. So this is different from a cherubim. So the serpent is a cherubim, and he's essentially he's designated as the sort of spirit critter that keeps sacred space holy. Basically, purifies sacred space in an inward direction. They're different than seraphim. Seraphim basically make space holy from the outside, so they keep out unholy things. So seraphim keep out holy things. A cherubim keep things within their wings holy. So, Emily Tedescu says a threshold guardian. Oh yeah, definitely, it's a threshold guardian. They both are. Both the seraphims and the cherubims are threshold guardians. They keep space clean. As I said, one by blasting everything unclean with fire to keep it from coming in. The other one just sort of finds specks of impurity and just picks it out. So the serpent is one of these spirit critters that makes space holy. That was his job. And it's a different job than, say, the Divine Council. The Divine Council, their job was to prop up creation after the chaos monsters were eliminated. So, sort of bringing this all back, the serpent is not a chaos monster. He's not a chaos monster. He's something else. He's a different kind of spirit critter. But the chaos monsters are also spirit critters. And when they're eliminated, they need that's where they sort of the Council of Gods comes in and has to take their place. Now, when they refuse to do this, that's where you get the rebellions going on. Okay? So, Mama. Spirit critters and chaos monsters should be channel lore. We need artwork of a spirit critter versus a chaos monster battle. Yeah, in my copious free time. Yeah. We would do more merch on this stuff if it's sold better. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. John Walton says that the sin in Genesis 11:4 isn't pride. Could you explain that point? Am I off base in understanding it as greed, selfishness, rather? Let's take a look at the passage. Genesis 11, verse 4. And this is at Babel. And verse 4 reads, and they said, come, let us build for ourselves a city, and a tower whose top will reach into heaven. And let us make for ourselves a name, lest we be scattered abroad over the face of the whole earth. Okay. Now, I don't think it's pride. And I will agree with him. And I don't know what he said about this. So I'm kind of doing this off the cuff. I don't know what Walton said about this per se, so I can't comment on what he said. But it does defy Genesis 9:1, which is the command to be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. So they're supposed to spread out. So it does show a lack of trust. So these guys are basically expressing a kind of fear. They're a lack of faith. So they're basically saying, okay, we're going to make this religion here, and in order to sort of, boost our standing and prevent us from getting scattered, because they're thinking, okay, if we get scattered, we're going to be easy pickings and we're going to fall. Essentially, we're going to be picked off one by one. So there is very much a sense of fear in this passage. So I think it's one of those things where I'm not so sure if it's greed or selfishness. That might be reading into the text a bit, but I do think a lot of this is just based upon disobedience. Okay, they're supposed to scatter. They're supposed to fill the earth. That's what they're supposed to do according to Genesis 9. So, and they're not doing it. So I don't think you even have to go as far as to say this is sin or greed or selfishness. It's just plain disobedience. And I think that's all you need to say about this. So there are temptations here to sort of try to explain the text more than it needs to. So I think this is just one of those cases where, yeah, They just disobeyed. Pure and simple. Disobeyed. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 ministries for 199. Why did God scatter them in Genesis 11:6? And 11:6 says, "Behold, they are one people, and they all have the same language. This is what they began to do, and nothing which they purpose to do will be impossible for them." Okay. Well, first of all, he scatters them to fulfill the command in Genesis 9. And Genesis 9 reads, verse 1, "And God blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth." So they're supposed to go out everywhere. They're supposed to fill the earth. They're not supposed to hang around one place. So he scatters them to basically fulfill that purpose of filling the earth. But he also confuses the language too, to delay their development. That's the other thing. There is an element here of trying to delay them. So, and we see this here in the last half of verse 6. "And this is what they began to do, and now nothing which they purpose to do will be impossible for them." Yeah, that should scare people silly. I agree with my producer here. Yeah, that should scare people silly. It's one of those things where if they have... It doesn't say everything is possible, but it does say that if they put their if they're speaking with one language and mankind puts its mind to it, it can do some incredible things it's not ready for. You know, imagine if they had the atomic bomb by the Roman period. You know, that would have gotten very ugly. So that's a lot of what's going on here. It's trying to delay mankind's development until it can be properly ethically taught. So yeah, there's very much, and yeah, Dossman, World War Rome, yeah, nobody wants that. Okay. Yeah, imagine Rome with ICBMs. Ugh. Babylon with firearms. Oh boy. Yeah, not great. Not great. Oh, yeah. Yes, bubble machines. Yes, you could say fat man's roaming around. Yeah. Yeah, that would not be a good thing. Not a good thing. Jonathan Walker, we'd all be dead. Yeah, we would be. So, this is... Jack Ray, Rome with ICBMs. That's when I played Civilization 1. Wow.
Alternate.
Oh yeah, there are. Yeah, like Harry Turtledove used to do alternate histories, where what would happen if Rome had nukes. You know, that's yeah, I mean he was the master of alternative histories. So yeah, I mean it's a lot of this was just to delay mankind from, you know, getting ahead of itself. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting to see that passage here written at this time. Yeah. I will not say that. Yeah, so that's why God scattered mankind, so to delay mankind and to fulfill his mandate in Genesis 9. So that's the two reasons. Scatter and delay. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 ministries for $4.99. Thoughts on everlasting Father being better translated as Father of Eternity, Isaiah 9:6. Okay, let's take a quick look at this. Isaiah 9, verse 6 here. For a child will be born to us, a son will be given to us, and the government will rest on his shoulders, and his name will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Eternal Father, Prince of Peace. Now, I'm going to just take a peek at the Hebrew here. And the Hebrew does say, let's see, find it here. Let's see here. Egyptians for Bibles for real. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's verse 5 in the Hebrew. Aviad. Okay. So, there it is in the Hebrew. Go back here. So, it's in the construct form. So, Father of Eternity is a better translation. So yeah, absolutely. I think it is better translated as Father of Eternity. So I've got no problem with that translation. I think that's perfectly acceptable. Perfectly acceptable. So, given the Hebrew here, yeah, absolutely would go for it. Okay. So hope that helps. But yeah, Father of Eternity is a better translation. It's more precise. Okay. Now, 18 Ministries for $4.99 here asks an interesting question. Is there a concern that Psalm 40 doesn't have, quote, but a body you have prepared for me, as in Hebrews 5:10? Now, let's take that. Hebrews 5, verse 10. 10:5, sorry. There's my dyslexia kicking in. Had a lot of that today. Okay. And the verse says, therefore, when he comes into the world, he says, sacrifice and offering thou hast not desired, but a body thou hast prepared. Okay. Then we go to Psalm. Psalm 40, verse 6. Okay. And 40, verse 6 here. Sacrifice and meal offering thou dost not desire. My ears has opened. Burnt offering and sin offering thou hast not required. Now, this is the Masoretic text. Where do the writer of Hebrews get, but a body you have prepared for me from? He gets it from the Septuagint. So if we go to the Septuagint, it does say, sacrifice and offerings thou wouldst not, but a body hast thou prepared me. Okay? So it is in the Septuagint. So that's where he's getting this from. So the writer of Hebrews is not getting this directly from, say, the Masoretic text. He's getting it from the Septuagint. So Patui adds the interesting thought here. The Septuagint translators of the Psalter were generally more conservative, which makes textual variants in the Psalms even more interesting. Yeah. I wonder what Jerome's Luxa Hebraica edition says. I don't know off the top of my head, but it'd be worth looking at. Looking at that Western text type would be very interesting. But that's where he's getting it. That's where he's getting the "but a body for you have prepared for me" from. He's getting this from the Septuagint. And the Septuagint is sort of the common edition that was used back in the first century. So a lot of the New Testament writers, when they quote the Old Testament, they're quoting from the Septuagint. So this is the common translation of the day. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministry for $1.99. How far is a stone's throw away? Luke 22. Luke 22, verse 41. And he withdrew, this is Christ, from them about a stone's throw, and he knelt down and began to pray. Okay. How far can you throw a stone? Yeah. I mean, look, I mean, a major league baseball player is going to be able to throw a stone a lot further than a lot of us. Yeah. An Olympian shot putter can put a lot of distance between him and a stone. Okay. It's not really an exact measurement, and it's not meant to be an exact measurement. But think of it this way. About 20, 30 feet. That's probably the best way of saying it. You know, it's just a way of saying he put some distance between himself and the yeah. He didn't go to the next he didn't go to the next town. He just sort of gave himself some distance here. So that's all he's saying by this. So it's not an exact measurement. It's not meant to be an exact measurement. It's meant to sort of suggest that he's just putting some distance between him and the disciples, without saying, you know, he's in a different room or a different town or a different house. Okay, so think of it as about, as I said, 20, 30 feet. That's probably a good shot there. So, yeah. Yeah, this is as my producer says, this is a give me a moment kind of verse. Okay. He's doing this in semi-seclusion. That's the point of it. He's doing this in semi-seclusion. So he just needs a private moment here. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here is also from AT Ministries for $1.99. And thoughts on the Akeptos inscription. Okay, yeah. It's not an inscription, it's a mosaic. And it's a mosaic that was found on a 3rd century church at Megiddo. Very interesting. It's a very, very interesting little inscription. It's not an inscription. Again, it's a mosaic. Akeptos was a woman. She was a woman who donated an offering table of some kind to this church. And as a thank you, they made it a mosaic for her on the floor. And it talks about this offering table being dedicated to her God, Jesus Christ. So it's early evidence that the early Christians believed Jesus was God before Constantine. So it's really strong evidence that there was a lot of it's pretty good evidence, I would say, that at least by the 2nd century, people were already worshiping Jesus as God. Now, you don't even need this to say that. You can see this also in the church fathers. So, but it's sort of an external confirmation of that. So, Jonathan Walker says Jesus was clearly thought of as God before Constantine and Nicaea. Oh yeah, clearly. And this is just, and Patui adds here, yes, the formula used very strongly resembles other Greco-Roman dedications to one's deity. It does, yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting little mosaic. Very interesting. Nicely done, too. On artistic level, it's nicely done. So yeah, I think it's a great little piece of evidence. I hope at some point that they open that up to the public to see. I don't know if that's happened yet. But yeah, interesting little church, interesting little mosaic. Beautifully done. Okay. So thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Heiser's claim the Megiddo is Zion? Haven't looked at this. Now, I like Heiser. I'm going to be straight up about this. I like a lot of Heiser's work. I think he's incredibly talented. Or was. So he's passed away now, but way too yearly. But he had a lot of interesting takes. He was a very creative scholar. One of the most creative scholars I've ever seen. So I like a lot of his work. But one of the problems with being too creative is sometimes your takes aren't always correct. So, and I don't know if that's the case here. I'd have to look into this deeper before I'd make a judgment one way or the other. So, I'm going to sort of reserve judgment on this, but it's possible, but I'd have to look into this deeper. Okay? So I'm going to make this a pass until I find out more. Okay? So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Andrew Gooler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. What's the purpose of the Table of Nations in Genesis 5? Is it to prove something about God, prove something about Israel's enemies and allies? Okay. It's basically an ethnographic portrayal of the various nations. That's what it is. Now, what do we mean by an ethnographic portrayal? It's how Israel sort of sees its neighbors. Okay, that's probably the nicest way to put it. Is it's how it's portraying its neighbors. It's not, the Table of Nations is not meant to be a genetic descendancy. It's not meant to be that. It's ethnographic. It's meant to sort of caricaturize the other nations in a way that relates them morally to Israel. So then it's one of those things where it really does come down to not so much this is a line of descent, because it's not. It's a line of moral reasoning using essentially the neighboring nations. So it's a way of trying to make a distinction between us and them. So that's really what's trying to show here. So it's not trying to prove something about God. It's trying to show Israel's place in its moral universe. And this is something that we would expect from this particular sort of area of the text too. You know, as I said, that Genesis 1 to 11 is really talking about sacred space and setting up temple precincts and setting up the culture of religion. So here you got then how do the worshipers of God fit in this sacred space and this sacred culture. So that's what Genesis 10 is trying to do. It's not trying to show us anything particular about God. It's trying to show us how does Israel fit in that whole temple narrative. Okay, so it's ethnographic. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And it was really good to see it here tonight. I haven't seen it, I think, in a while. So yeah, really appreciate that. Okay. 18 Ministries for 199. What's 1 Kings 18:46 mean? All right, well, let's find out. 1 Kings 18:46. Okay. Then the hand of the Lord was on Elijah, and he girded up his loins and outran Ahab to Jezreel. Okay. Now, this was one of those things where we don't always, Ahab, the context of the text is Ahab gets into a chariot and he starts riding to Jezreel. And we're supposed to get sort of the idea here that God supernaturally helps Elijah to outrun a chariot. Now, it's one of those things that that whole idea of girding your loins is basically taking your tunic and wrapping it around your waist in such a way that you can do more flexible things. Okay? Because it could get in the way. So he's essentially, this is a supernatural act where Elijah is given the power to outrun a chariot. He might have been taking some shortcuts too that chariots can't get around. I did notice when we were playing Assassin's Creed Origins that the chariot is not a very flexible vehicle. It's not a very flexible vehicle. It gets stuck. You have to take it on roads. You can't just go four-wheel driving with a chariot. So what's possible here is that Elijah's taking shortcuts, and he's running with his loins girded, and this is how he outruns Ahab, who's in a chariot. Yes. Deacon, hike your skirts up, boys. Yeah, pretty much. Damon says, so it's not a Jeep. Laugh out loud. Yep, not a Jeep. Yeah, it'll get stuck on things real easy. Haystack, Elijah's a boss. Yeah, he is. Okay, so that's what 1 Kings 18:46 means. He's been touched to run. He basically girds up his loins, and he's probably taken some shortcuts. So, and he manages to outrun Ahab to the Jezreel Valley. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Did ancient Israelites celebrate the Feast of Booths because they lived in booths, because God dwelt in the tabernacle, or both? Leviticus here. (23:43). So your generation may know that I had the sons of Israel live in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Yeah. It's to basically celebrate the fact that they were tent dwellers, essentially. They wandered from place to place. Like, for example, it gets the name from the whole idea of a sukkah. Okay, a sukkah. And the the term for booth is sukkah, but it's also related to the term Sukkoth, which was the first destination of the Exodus. So the Israelites are leaving the fields of Pi-Ramses, and their first stop on the way is at Sukkoth, okay? Which is, it's actually, the word Sukkoth comes from the Egyptian Cheku. Comes from the word Cheku. And Cheku was the name of the Wadi Tumilat. So these booths, these tents, are actually named after the place, Sukkoth. So the Feast of Booths is to celebrate their wandering in the wilderness, in after the Exodus. So they leave Egypt and they spend time in tents. And so they don't forget that they were once tent dwellers, they have this festival. I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Outside 2 Chronicles 7:9, where do we see a 7-day temple dedications in the ancient Near East? Let's take a look at that. 2 Chronicles 7, verse 9. And we'll start at verse 8 here. So Solomon observed the feast at that time for 7 days, and Israel with him, a very great assembly, who came from the entrance of Hamath to the brook of Egypt. And on the 8th day, they held a solemn assembly for the dedication of the altar. They observed 7 days, and the feast 7 days. Okay. I don't know if there's a 7-day festival specifically for a temple dedication. We do though find 7-day festivals. Okay. I think it's the wheat festival of the Hittites is 7 days. And it's I think it was Richard Hess, either Richard Hess or John Walton, who basically said that Hittite festival is very closely related to that 7th-day Passover festival. So that's the only one that I can think of off the top of my head that is a 7-day festival outside in the ancient Near East. But the problem too is that we don't have great records of the festival days from the ancient Near East. We have a couple calendars from Egypt, but I haven't gone through them to see if these do relate to 7-day festivals. They could. I mean, I do have one set of ritual calendars that I really have to do more work with, but I haven't done it yet. So I can't give you a complete answer on this one. So, but I do know that the Hittite wheat festival was 7 days. But that's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Okay. So I hope this helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. So Solomon built the temple in 7 years, 1 Kings 6:38, and his own house in 13. Yes, he did. Shows you his priorities. I see the author uses the contrast as a rebuke. Yes, he does. Did Solomon do this at the same time? Yes, he did. Okay. So he is doing this in sort of the similar time. So he's delaying the house of the Lord's construction by building his own palace, and he's taking more time with his palace, so it's bigger, better, nicer. So the author's correct here to rebuke him for this, but there's only so far you can rebuke a king. So yeah, this is a something shows you Solomon's narcissistic priorities, and he was very narcissistic. So, yeah, it was a rebuke. And he did do this at the same time. So while he's building the temple, he's also building his palace. So hope that helps. Thank you much for super chat. Very much appreciated. 80 Ministries for 199. Thoughts on the Acts of Peter? It's Apocrypha. I don't really read it. I haven't read it because it's Apocrypha. I'm really not a big fan of Apocrypha, so I don't really get into it much. Occasionally, I'll look into it for something historical, or when we get a question about it, but I really don't read Apocrypha as a rule. I don't find a lot of use of... I don't find that useful. So, that would be my thoughts here. And New Testament Apocrypha tends to be much more deprecated than the Old Testament Apocrypha. So that's kind of my thoughts on the Acts of Peter. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. HE Ministries for 199. Why was there solution murder? Laugh out loud. Luke 4. Okay, let's look at Luke 4. Luke 4 verses 24 to 29. Luke chapter 4 verses 24 to 29. And he said, "Truly I say to you, no prophet is welcome in his hometown. But I say to you, in truth, there are many widows in Israel in the days of Elijah, when the sky was shut up for 3 years and 6 months, when a great famine came over the land. And yet Elijah was sent to none of them, but only to Zarephath, in the land of Sidon, to a woman who was a widow. And there were many lepers in Israel in the time of Elisha the prophet, and none of them were cleansed, but only Naaman the Syrian. And all the synagogues were filled with rage as they heard these things. And they rose up and cast him out of the city, and led him to the brow of the hill on which the city had been built, in order to cast him off the cliff." All right. Why was their solution murder? Because that was the penalty for blasphemy. Okay. Now, was this blasphemous? No, it wasn't. Okay. But this is what they would do. Okay. This is their solution to blasphemy, is murder. So, Christ is telling them, hey, Israel's not so hot. Israel's not so obedient. In the days of Elijah, there was a famine. And the prophet didn't help you because you were disobedient. God didn't help you because of your disobedience. There are many lepers. And who does God heal? He heals a Gentile. Naaman the Syrian. Who does he sends to helps a Sidonian woman, Zarephath. Okay? That's harsh if you're Jewish. Okay? That's a harsh condemnation. That God, our God, is helping the enemy. And not us.
They'd be okay. The enemy? Not with the and not us.
Yeah. My producer says they'd be okay with them helping the enemy if they helped us too. But God's not helping them. Okay?
He's smacking them.
Yeah, he's giving them a smack. He's giving them...
Hey, obey.
Yeah, he's telling them to obey. So God's not helping you because you're not obeying. But God's going to show you he's still in charge, he's still powerful by helping these Gentiles.
knows.
Yeah. Yeah. Jonathan Walker says, Hitchens, why help him and not me? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, because this is a smack. And it's a smack for the Jews in Christ's day. You know?
Trying to call them to.
Yeah. God's trying to call them to repentance. And they just refuse. They're saying no. You know, so we're going to kill the messenger. Because that's what they did. They would kill the messengers. They killed the prophets. Yeah. So Patui says, if you were a Judean peasant and you thought you could get away with, here's what we did in the old days justice, you might go for it. Yeah. 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 This is what we did in the old days kind of justice. And, you know, God's just revealing their pride and disobedience. So Emily Tedescu, I don't think God appreciates entitlement. There is something to the idea that, well, if it's our national God, he helps us first. That's always sort of been the attitude in ancient Near Eastern cultures is our gods are supposed to help us because they're our gods. Well, if they're really gods, why would they do that necessarily? Yeah. God is utterly sovereign. He is utterly sovereign. He makes his own decisions. So, you know, if God's going to make his own decisions here, you know, he's not going to just help you because he's your national deity. You know, he's going to yeah. Emily says, but Yahweh isn't just a national God like the gods of the nations. But that's not how the Israelites are going to treat him. Yeah. Silas says here, a butler god made in one's own image. Yeah, very much so. Yeah. And Israel had always treated God like a butler god. You know, do things for me. We do some of the same things in some of our prayers too, to be honest. Yeah, everyone makes deals with God. Everyone asks God for stuff.
I'll go on the mission field if you give me.
Yeah. So it's a matter of that, you know, when you bargain with God, you treat him like an idol. So, you know, when your worship becomes idolatry, that's not a good thing. So, and this is what Christ is saying here is, you know, in Israel's past, you know, you treated God like an idol. And he withheld the rain. He didn't cure your lepers. So this is, yeah. Emily Tedescu, transactional worship equals pagan worship. It does. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what the Old Testament is,
Yeah.
is showing everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what magic is.
Yeah. If you want to worship God, you got to do it God's way. That's what it boils down to. You want to worship God, you got to do it his way. Yeah. Haystack says God is not a cosmic vending machine. No, he's not. He's not. He's very much not a cosmic vending machine. But the Israelites were treating him as one. So the rain stopped. Their leopards didn't get healed. And God said, okay, I'll show you that I can bless you by blessing the nations, by blessing the Gentiles.
I've lost my power.
Yeah, it's not because I've lost my power. It's not because I've gone away. I'm going to show you I'm still in charge by blessing this Sidonian woman, by curing the Syrian. These dirty Gentiles that you can't, you have no regard for, I'm going to bless them to show you, to put you to shame, to show you I can still bless and I can still heal. And Christ is saying, hey, you're no different. You guys are no different than those guys. And, of course, they respond by trying to kill him. Nice. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Should we understand the Trinity as being true as our best understanding of the nature of the plurality of the Godhead? Yes. This is one of those essentials of the Christian faith. The Trinity, we should understand the Trinity as being true. It is our best understanding of the nature of the plurality of the Godhead. The three persons are the one God. So that's how I would basically say, yeah, absolutely. This is the classical Christian understanding. It goes all the way back to the early church fathers as being the classical understanding. It's one of those things that's just sort of it's a truism of Christianity. And it's a defining doctrine of Christianity. So those who don't hold to this are in some ways outside of the Christian faith. So it is our best understanding, and I would basically say, yeah, that's what we get from the scriptures. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. If you could be Pharaoh, when would you want to rule? Oh, boy. When would I want to rule? Dynasty 18. Dynasty 18 had the best stuff. Dynasty 18 was awesome. That's when you had, that's the time of Tutmosis III, of King Tut, Akhenaten, Horemheb. A lot of the really interesting stuff happened in Dynasty 18. So, yeah, that would be probably my preferred period to rule if I was Pharaoh. Yes, it's always yeah. It's always more interesting when you're outside of it, but but that would be the when I'd want to rule. Jack Ray, was that before the inflation reached oppressive levels? Oh yes. Oh yes. Yeah, they were still getting goodies from the outside to shore the inflation at that point. The Middle Kingdom might be an interesting time to rule too. So, I don't think I would want to rule in the Old Kingdom, but in the Middle Kingdom had some interesting times too. There was a lot more literature being done in the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom was kind of the height of Egyptian literature. So there was a lot of scribal activity going on during the Middle Kingdom. So that would be very interesting too. So that would be I would say that would be my two choices, either the 18th dynasty or the 12th dynasty. Those would be probably the best times to rule Egypt. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that you found that interesting. HE Ministers for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. What did ancient Near Eastern Semites dress like? Depends. A lot of Semites wore different kinds of clothing. So it's not one of those sort of one size fits all. Um, like the Shasu were Semites, but they had very elaborate dressing. Um, they would dress in these wraps and layers and had very elaborate headdresses. So yeah, the Shasu were probably the best dressed Semites. You also had Semites that were dressed in tunics. Okay, we see those from the Semites that came in on Beni Hassan, from the tombs of Beni Hassan. They're wearing these very colorful tunics, stripes and patterns. Um, they did very interesting forms of weaving. Yeah, Beni Hassan has very interesting, shows very interesting clothing on the Semites. Very interesting. You also have some that are uh you also see some there's some inlays that I saw that show Semites that are not Shasu, but have, again, tunics and headbands. So that's also very interesting. The one thing you don't see them. They're not dressed like modern Bedouin. That whole style, like you see in church plays, the robes and the headcloths and all that. No, that wasn't the thing back then. Where do we get that? It's just basically our view of what Bedouin are like today. And actually, that wasn't even the style that they wore until it's like the 19th century that they started dressing like that. It's actually really recent. There's some old photographs of Bedouin from the 19th century, and we see that they had actually turbans. They had turbans and tunics. That's right. We don't do that in Western church plays because nobody can tie a turban. Yeah, you've probably done some of those plays. Yeah, but that's a carryover from the Ottomans. It's the Ottomans who sort of dictated Arabic clothing. So, um, so that's one of those things that just yeah. So none of them wore. You see these Israelites wearing modern Arabic dress, and it's just like, no, they didn't wear stuff like that at all, at all. So yeah, it's pretty funny when you see it. He's asking why. I don't know the why, so can't answer that. Deacon asks, why did the Bedouin women wear large nose rings as a show of modesty? Um, not really sure. Not really sure. I can't answer that. I can't answer why. I also know, though, that they didn't wear it ubiquitously. So a lot of that was based upon what tribe, too. There are some Bedouin women that didn't wear those large nose rings, but some of them did. Okay. Next super chat here from 18 Ministries for 199. Will there be an Ancient Egypt and Bible Israel tour? No, probably not. There is going to be this March. We are doing the Ancient Egypt and the Bible tour, Egypt tour. So if you want to see Ancient Egypt, yeah, you absolutely want to go on that tour, and do sign up for it if you are interested. There's a reason why we're not going to do an Israel tour. Okay, first of all, I've never been to Israel. Okay, hard hard for me to do an Israel tour when I've never been to Israel. Okay, my my wife says she'll do it. She's been to Israel. Um, so I would be a very poor tour guide of an Israel tour because it's not where I have expertise. Okay, Dr. Falk's blind tours. Yeah, well, it would be very blind in the case of Israel. Um, I only had there was a conference that wanted me to come out to Israel to be their keynote speaker, and I was supposed to be going to Israel, but they couldn't get the money for it together for it. So that sort of fell apart, and I never went to Israel. So, um, just didn't go. So I've never been to Israel yet. I've been to Egypt several times. So that's why we're doing the Egypt tour. Yeah, I can take you. I can lead you to the best restaurants in Egypt. Hey, if we're in Luxor, we could even do. I mean, there's some great restaurants in Luxor. Um, the Tutankhamun, very good restaurant. The best restaurant I've actually had in eaten at in Egypt. Incredible food at that place. Really, really great food. Kind of tucked away. You have to know where it is, and it doesn't look like much on the outside. How did I find it? Um, yeah, I do look for hole in the wall kind of restaurants. Um, um, but yeah. How did I find it? I think I saw a review of it online. So I hunted it out. Um, but it's fabulous. I mean, the Tutankhamun is fabulous. Their apple it was apple banana chicken curry, incredible. Uh, if they ever have the okra again, I'm gonna have that too. The okra was fantastic. I couldn't believe how good the okra was. Best okra I've ever eaten, and I'm not a big okra fan. In fact, I kind of hate okra. But this was so good. I'll order this any day of the week. It's just unbelievably good. I also know a little place in Luxor um, that served camel, and it was good too. It was good too. I wouldn't put it on the same level as the Tutankhamun, but it was good as well. So, um, Dosman asks, lots of onions like Libyan food. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. The one complaint I have of Egyptian food is it's normally very bland, incredibly bland. Uh, I sometimes say that Egypt and Israel are the two countries where cuisine went to die. Um, it's so funny because you go to the markets and you can see tons of spice markets, tons of them, and you kind of wonder, well, um, it's like you see spice everywhere, but the cooks don't use it. Most of them, anyway. Now, I will say this about the Tutankhamun. That restaurant uses spice and uses it well. I mean, it's really good. But most places where you eat, oh, what about the UK? The UK has not great cuisine either. Uh, but there's options in the UK that you can eat that are actually reasonable. Yeah, there's a lot of foreign food in the UK. Um,
Tons of Indian.
yeah, they eat lots. You can always get Indian food in the UK, and it's UK styled Indian food, and it's good. It's really good. Like chicken tikka masala. That's actually a British dish. It's not actually an Indian dish, and it's excellent. but getting good food in Egypt kind of hard. It's one of the reasons I really love McDonald's in Egypt. The McDonald's is good. I'll say this: Egypt's McDonald's are good. Now because it's halal, they cook their burgers in a certain way too, which is kind of interesting. They're very thin, and they're thoroughly cooked. I mean, you can only get well done. And when they have because the burgers are so thin, you get what's it called now? They call it a triple Big Mac, but it's actually 6 patties. But because it's like so thin, it's like getting like 2 or 3. Okay? I don't like the rice they'll often serve. It's kind of a rice and I forget what it's called now. It's a rice and vermicelli mix, and it's done in a tangine. Don't care for that, and I don't care for the stewed okra with tomatoes you often get. Don't like that at all. And I definitely stay away from the salads now. I mean, I will not touch a salad in Egypt. Again, it's washed in local water, and you can get real sick off of it. Yeah. Mr. Warlight says, is modern Egyptian food at least better than ancient Egyptian cuisine? I think it probably is. There is some stuff that's really good. There was one place I ate near Giza that, again, another hole in the wall. You had to know where it was. And it had this chicken that was stuffed with sausage, and it was really good. It was really good. So, yeah, that was excellent. That was really good. There's also a sandwich place right beside the McDonald's at Luxor as well. That's also really good. That's the only place in Egypt where you can get real bacon. Trust me to know where to find the bacon. Yeah. BC says, getting baptized in the Nile would be a real act of faith by the sounds. Yeah. Yeah, don't swim in the Nile. Don't touch the Nile water. How about your favorite American restaurant? Would that be Flames? It'd be Flames. Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to know about this. It was a restaurant in um the Bay Area. In the San Francisco Bay Area. And it's a family restaurant. We used to go to that one all the time. I don't even know if they're still operating, to be honest. But it was very good. Very good. All right, so that was my favorite American restaurant. All right, let's get on to the next one here. Super chat. $4.99 from AT Ministries. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there an ancient Near East Israelite Greco-Roman understanding of predestination that we miss in our modern context? Not so sure. Never studied that. Jack and Ray. Bacon wrapped pork sausage. Nice. Oh, yeah. Bacon wrapped pork sausage. I love prime rib. For me, I am very big on prime rib. Of course, being on a ketogenic diet, I tend to really enjoy prime rib. So So restaurants that serve that tend to float my boat. But bacon rack pork sausage, oh yeah. Yeah, really nice. I'll agree with you. We actually had hamburgers for dinner tonight. First time in a while that we've had hamburgers, and yeah, wow. These were very good hamburgers. Okay, so can't really comment on predestination here because I haven't studied the topic. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Pronounced Hotep Sekemwi. I think I just did. Yeah, it's Hotep Sekemwi. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. And don't trust my pronunciations. I'm terrible at pronouncing things. Count de Marseille. Moroccan chicken is unreal. Yes, it is. Moroccan cuisine's very good. It's when I said that, you know, Egypt and Israel is where cuisine went to die. The further you get from it in either direction, east or west, the better food gets. It's really strange. Like, you go to Morocco and it is fantastic. Morocco has some of the best cuisine I've ever eaten. Just beautiful cuisine. Really tasty. You hit Persia and India, yeah, you're getting back into the good food at that point. So hit Nepal and you're eating real good. Nepalese food is excellent. German was a relief after Egypt. Oh my gosh, that buffet at that German hotel. Wow. Okay. When I did my 3-week photographic tour of Egypt, I finally came back. When I came back, I spent a night at Frankfurt, and went to the only bar that was open, and I ordered two entrees, and the guy goes, "You realize this is 2 entrees, right?" I said, "Yep." Yep. Bring me the bratwurst. Bring me the schnitzel. Okay. after after 3 weeks of eating some pretty awful stuff in Egypt, oh, Germany was just like going to heaven. It was just like so phenomenal. Kiara Falk says, the producer says, he had a layover in Germany and we raved and raved about the meat available. Well, you know, the thing is, in Egypt, you don't generally get large portions of meat. You know, and it's usually overcooked or it tastes terrible. Like, you often get served for breakfast. Was kind of weird. Breakfast in Egypt was often an over-fried egg. So it was an egg that was like rubber. It was really awful. And damiata cheese, which just tastes rancid. I mean, they just give you a block of cheese. And it's a soft cheese and it tastes really sharp and nasty. And then you would sometimes get a hot dog. Okay. An all beef hot dog, which was not good. I mean, it's all beef hot dogs like this are super sharp. So your breakfast is kind of like over-fried egg. They'll also serve flatbread with us. Over-fried egg, flatbread, damiata cheese, and a hot dog. That's your breakfast in Egypt, oftentimes. Jack Ray, that makes U.S. military sea rations sound good. Yeah. It will depend on the particular hotel, but at a lot of hotels, that's going to be your breakfast. Now, I will say this. You hit one of those crepe stands, however, those are good. Restaurants hotels don't tend to don't do as much. I would say good food as say some of the restaurants. Some of the restaurants, some of the carts, some of the food carts. Uh, Again, you don't want to eat anything that isn't thoroughly cooked. So don't eat anything raw from a food cart. Okay, but stuff that's like cooked or peeled or boiled, that sort of thing is totally okay. But I had when I was leaving Aswan, the last time I left Aswan, um, I had to catch a train, and it was so early in the morning that McDonald's hadn't opened yet. So I actually had a crepe which was filled with meat, filled with beef and onions, and it was delicious. It was absolutely delicious. Couldn't believe how good it was. I ended up, being on a ketogenic diet. I ate the meat and left the crepe for the most part, but it was really good, really tasty. It was surprisingly good. Okay. So, next super chat here is from AT Ministries from 9.99. Thank you for the super chat. What examples are there of the bird descending on a king to denote kingship? I only found reference to Khafre and Horus. Is there anything else that comes to mind? Anything outside of Egypt? I'm not aware of anything outside of Egypt. There's also another reference to is in Sinaway. Sinaway makes reference to this, where the assassinated king, the bird departs and descends down on the new king, the Horus bird. So it is going to be in reference to Horus in Egyptian literature. But you're going to find this not just on the statues of Horus, but you're also going to find it in the written works too. As I said, Sinaway is where you're going to find this. So, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. When Genesis 19:36-37 says that Moab was the father of the Moabites, does that mean that Lot's daughter gave birth to the ruling dynasty of Moab, or she gave birth to the entire Moabite ethnic group? Okay, let's take a look here. Genesis 19 and 36-37. Okay. Verse 36. Thus both daughters of Lot were with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. He is the father of the Moabites to this day. As for the younger, she also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ami. He is the father of the sons of Ammon to this day. Okay. Now, this is, again, ethnography. This is ethnography. We don't know if she actually called her child Moab, or Ben-Ami. It's possible, but we can't be sure. There is often these personifications, and say illusions of ancestry. Again, Lot was not a great guy. He's not a great guy. But he is used here to sort of show that there's some sort of relationship here, ethnographically, between Moab and Lot. So it's I don't think it's that she gave birth to the entire Moabite ethnic group, or necessarily that she gave birth to a ruling dynasty of Moab, but she might have given birth to somebody who founded Moab. And likewise, her younger sister might have given birth to someone who helped found Ammon. So, we kind of have to take the naming schemes here as a little ethnography, not so much as a literal naming, because they do this. They would do this. They would often personify nations and then assign them to specific individuals. So we have to be a little careful with ethnography. But she gave birth to every single one of them.
You're going to be literal. Never laugh, but she's determined.
Yes. Yeah, so we're not sure exactly the relationship here. There's some sort of family relationship between Lot and the Moabites. What exactly that is, it's hard to say. The text doesn't really tell us. Okay. Next one here, a super chat from AT Mistress for 199. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, for the casserole fund and Anthony's health. Oh, poor Anthony. Poor Anthony. He still hasn't recovered from his sleep. Okay. But thank you very much for the casserole fund. We haven't actually made the casserole yet. Again, it's kind of hard when you're on a ketogenic diet to make casseroles. We'll find a way to do it somehow. Somehow we'll do this. HE Mistress for 199. Thank you for the super chat. By the way, you still owe me one of Grandma's recipes. Yeah, and you still have to decide which one you want. I mean, I could do this. I could roll one of these dice, and whatever letter comes up is the recipe you get. Yeah, and this is a good reminder too that yeah, we got these alphabetic dice. Just came in. And one of the things we are going to do again this year at ETS is the D&D game. So if you're going to be at the or want to participate in that game, we will be setting up a registration sometime soon, and for doing the Dungeons and Dragons game for the Evangelical Theological Society's annual meeting. Just because we can. Okay, so AT, what do I do? Do I roll the dice, give you a random recipe, or yeah, well, he might not like it. He might not like it. It might not be his thing. So it could be. I could just give him the borscht recipe, yeah. Or he could get a random one. Okay. So, roll on. The community wants me to just give you a random recipe, it seems. Sour cream sauce. Okay, the next one here is from Pelia for, I think it's 10 Romanian. Thank you for the super chat. Why does the Bible describe it as Pharaoh's custom to bathe in the Nile River, whereas the custom was to bathe in bathtubs? An example is Exodus 7:15. Okay. Let's take a look at that. Bible here. Exodus 7:15. Go to Pharaoh in the morning as he is getting out to the water. Station yourself to meet him at the bank of the Nile, and you shall take your hand the staff that was turned to the serpent. Okay. This was Egyptian ritual bathing. Okay, this is Egyptian ritual bathing. That's what's going on here. And Egyptian ritual bathing was done at the riverside, or sometimes a sacred pool. Okay, but it wasn't done in a bathtub. They didn't have bathtubs. Okay, they would go to the they would go to the side of a river. They would shave their hair off. They would then ritually bathe, and then they wash out their mouth with natron. Okay? And this was what you had to do prior to going into a temple. So this is part of ritual bathing. Okay? So that's what's going on here. Is it's a ritual thing. That's what he's doing. He's ritually bathing to prepare himself to enter a temple. So they didn't bathe in bathtubs. They didn't have bathtubs. That wasn't the thing then. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here from JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. We're really going to be judged for every single word we said? Could be. Our judgments are going to last the same as our lifetime. It's a matter of holiness. This is a matter of holiness. So when you're dealing with an all-holy God, yeah, words matter. Words matter. Every little sin will be judged. Unless you're Christian, in which case, Christ has paid for that sin. So, yeah, that's really... Because the standard of holiness is that high. It's that high. It's the holiness of an all holy, all perfect God. So yeah, every little word's going to be judged. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, should be. Okay. JCM for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Is 2 Peter 3:10 about a nuclear apocalypse? Probably not. Let's just take a look at the verse anyway. Okay, and verse 10 says, "But the day of the Lord will come like a thief, in which the heavens will pass away with a roar, and the elements will be destroyed with intense heat, and the earth and its works will be burned up." Okay. I don't think this is about a nuclear apocalypse, but it is about the whole earth being razed by fire. Okay? That doesn't necessarily mean a nuclear apocalypse. So we want to be careful about that. And it's the day of the Lord. So this is coming from God himself. God is doing this. So is this the sun? Who knows? You know, the Lord could do that, you know, throw a solar prominence towards the earth and we're fried. So we don't know what this is exactly, other than it's predicting a burning of fire. And one hot enough to destroy the earth, or at least the surface of the earth, and sort of raise it all to ash. So yeah, when it happens so well, you're not going anywhere. So, Count of Marcy, are nukes just propaganda which says my bombs are bigger than your bombs? They are. They're real. They are weapons of propaganda more than anything else. But they are very real, and they are very big, and they are very powerful. When you think about how much power is in a nuclear bomb, say even compared to the old-fashioned atomic bombs, it's frightening. It's frightening how much power there is in those things. I think the largest ones are 50 megatons. Okay? 50 megatons. Not kilotons, megatons. And when you think about how much power that is, you know, the bomb at Hiroshima was, I believe, 12 kilotons. That's 12, equivalent to 12,000 tons of TNT. The largest nuclear devices are 50 million tons of TNT. Okay? 50 million. So you're several orders of magnitude larger. Now, compare that to the sun, where it's the equivalent of 1 trillion nuclear devices going off on the surface of the sun every second. That's a lot of power. Yeah, the Tsar Bomba of 1961, 50 to 58 megatons. Yeah, so yeah, that's a lot of power in that thing. But still, nothing compared to the sun. The sun is a lot more powerful than that. So, yeah, Jonathan Walker says, yet the sun isn't even the biggest star in the universe. Oh yeah, not even by a long shot. It's a small star. It's a very small star. So I mean, there's a lot of energy coming off of the sun, but it's small compared to some of those stars out of there, like Betelgeuse. Like those stars are huge. I mean, some of those stars are like a million times the size of the sun. So when you think about the size of all this stuff, it's really mind-boggling, incomprehensible. It's almost incomprehensible, you know. When you start talking about 1 trillion nuclear detonations on the sun every second, and then 1 million of those suns inside another star. Wow, that's a lot of energy. A lot of energy. Okay. So I don't think 2 Peter 3:10 is talking about a nuclear apocalypse, but it could be some sort of natural disaster, like a solar prominence that could easily do it. But only God knows. Okay, Jack Ray for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What are some biblical passages and points that can be used to help a self-professed Christian leave an extreme social justice ideology that is race-based? I would go to something like, let's see here, let me find it here. Yeah, Galatians, I think. Galatians 3:28 is probably where I'd go. There's neither Jew nor Greek, there's neither slave nor free, there's neither female nor male, for all are one in Christ Jesus. Okay? We are supposed to do justice. Okay? We are supposed to feed the poor. We are supposed to help the person that was denied justice. Visit the prisoners. These sorts of things. This is part of the Christian ethic. Okay, that's fine. That's totally part and parcel to Christianity. The problem with the ideology of social justice is the race-based aspect of it. Okay? And equality of outcomes. Okay? That equality of outcomes is really obnoxious. And it really is problematic in a lot of ways. Because you can't guarantee equality of outcomes without punishing someone else. That's the problem with it. You have to punish someone else to get the equality of outcome.
Everybody loses.
Yeah, everyone loses if you have equality of outcomes.
You can guarantee everybody loses.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah, you can guarantee everyone loses, but you can't guarantee everyone wins. So that's going to be a problem. So I think what you have to do in the case of somebody who's a self-professed Christian, how to help them leave social justice ideology, is to point out that the only color that matters is not the color of your skin, but the blood of Jesus Christ. That's the only color that matters. It's the saving blood of Jesus Christ. Red's the only color that matters. Everything else is just ideology that will end up in a non-Christian place. So, yeah, Jonathan Walker says, a lot of people confuse equality with equality of outcomes. Exactly. This is why in some places it's called equity, not equality. So you'll see that nomenclature too used equity when they really mean equality of outcomes. So equality is giving people the same opportunities. Equity is guaranteeing the same outcomes. Yeah.
There are people who do not want. People who love farming.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who like.
Yeah.
Corporate.
Yeah.
People who,
yeah.
Not everybody.
Yeah. My producer just said that you can't guarantee equal outcomes because not everyone's the same. She says, people have different talents, different attributes, different likes. Not everyone was cut out to be a farmer. Thank goodness. Because I'd be a terrible farmer. So, Deacon says, fairness is a myth invented so children and idiots can participate in conversation. Well, it is very true. And frankly, you don't want fairness. You don't want fairness. You don't want fairness at all. If God was fair, we'd all get hell. That's what we deserve. We deserve to go to hell. All of us deserve to go to hell. That's what we deserve. That's what's fair. God gives us grace, unmerited favor. That's not fairness. That's the opposite of fairness. So we don't want fairness. Fairness is not something desirable. And anyone who wants it doesn't know what they're talking about. Okay. So hopefully that helps. I would take them to Galatians 3:28 to sort of get them out of that race-based mentality. And just show them here. Here's basically, the whole idea of we're all one in Christ. Okay? So that's where I would go with this. All right? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. JCM for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Does Enoch debunk the clan interpretation? I don't think so. Enoch was 365 years old when God took him after he left. Methuselah's one son's lifespan keeps going. No, I don't think that that's it. Just shows you that the clan's divided at that point. So that's all that really shows. So it doesn't debunk the clan interpretation. It's just, when Enoch is taken, the clan ceases because the progenitor's gone. So that's really all that's going to show you there. And, you can have multiple clans simultaneously, coexisting. So just because one clan dies doesn't mean the other one does. So I just think this is one of those situations where you had a split of the clans and one just continues on. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jonathan Walker. Enoch's clan ended, so Methuselah started a new one? Well, yeah. I mean, you can have clans split in people's own lifetimes. So you don't have to have the old one die first. This often happens. Like, for example, Terah's clan. It lived on after Abraham left. After Terah died and Abraham left, Terah's clan continued. Through one of the other brothers. So just because the clan, you have a patriarch or progenitor die, the clan will still continue on often. just under different management. Okay, Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sponsoring Talitha Kum's question. What do the winged women in Zechariah 5:5-11 represent? Why do angels and other figures in prophetic visions almost always manifest as male? They don't always manifest as male, but let's get to this. Zechariah. Zechariah 5, verses 5-11. Then the angel who was speaking with me went out and said to me, lift up your eyes and see what this is going forward. And I said, what is it? And he said, this is the ephah going forward. He said, this is their appearance in all the land. And behold, a lead cover was lifted up, and this is a woman sitting inside the ephah. Then he said, this is wickedness. And he threw her down into the middle of the ephah and cast the lead weight on its opening. Then I lifted up my eyes and looked, and there were two women who were coming out of the wind in their wings. And they had wings like the wings of a stork. They lifted up the ephah between earth and heaven. And I said to the angel who was speaking with me, where are they taking the ephah? And he said, to build the temple for her in the land of Shinar. When it is prepared, she will be set there on her own pedestal. All right. Now, angels are kind of a tricky thing when it comes to gender. Okay? They are sometimes portrayed as male. They are sometimes portrayed as female. A lot of this is culturally specific. Like in Egypt, they're almost always female. They're almost always portrayed as women. Why is that the case? Not really sure, but we see this so often in Egypt that it's winged women. So this is one of those things where we just see this so often, it's just sort of taken for granted. In Mesopotamia, it's a mix. It's a mix of male and females where angelic figures can be winged. In Israelite culture, it tends to be male, but it's not always male. So it's going to depend. Now, were these winged women angels? The text doesn't exactly say, but it's almost presumed to be a spirit critter of some kind. So we're looking here at another spirit critter. But one of the reasons, too, though, why I say Israelite angels tend to be portrayed more as men tends to be because of the military function of angels. Angels are often seen as God's warriors. You know, his Savaot, his army. So angels are often portrayed in Israelite literature as being men, because frankly, there weren't a lot of women warriors in Israel. So that does sort of color how they perceive it. But I also think, too, that it's very likely that in early Israelite culture, they were probably women. They were in very early, the earliest forms of Israelite culture, they were probably more depicted as women. But that's going to really, the way that angels are predicted really does change with time. It's you start off with these winged, or probably winged women. So in Torah, it's probably winged women. By the time you get to the prophets, it starts changing from uh, different kinds of spirit creators. This is where you start to get the ones with the 6 wings and the many eyes and that sort of thing. So it starts taking on even the ones with like 4 faces. So it starts taking on different characteristics as the culture is influenced by other nations. So that's where I would probably say what's going on here. These are probably angels. That would be my estimation of them. They do seem to represent a classical view of angels, at least as far as say what we find in Bronze Age material. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jonathan Walker, overall, we have no clue what they actually look like. Right. Absolutely. Because they're spirit critters. Okay. They're spirit critters. Anybody who sees an angel is going to be filling it in. Their brain is going to fill it in. And this is something we find with people who encounter the spirit world. You know, people who encounter the spirit world are going to fill it in. Your mind's going to force you to fill it in. Okay? So some of you are going to see, if you happen to see an angel, you know, and people have recorded instances of seeing angels. You know, they're going to see it as a person. Okay, that's one possibility. A winged person, a flying disc with many eyes and many wings. You know, that's going to get really trippy. So your mind's going to fill it in based upon what it thinks it's seeing. And this is very common. Very, very common. Not seeing angels is common, but filling this in is a very a normal reaction. Emily Tedeschi, human perception is too limited to accurately perceive angels. Yes, it is. But because of the way our minds work, we have to fill it in with something. So that's what your mind wants to see. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that super chat. I want to thank Jack Ray here for gifting the channel 20 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much. It really helps the channel. We so very much appreciate it. And thank you for your support. JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. It's hard to believe in someone with 18 years of their life completely unaccounted for. Is it hard to believe in someone with 18 years of their life completely unaccounted for? I don't understand the question. Are you talking about, say, the early years of Jesus Christ here? So, if you are, his early life is accounted for. He was a carpenter. Okay? That's what he did. That was his occupation, his profession. You know, most people don't realize that Jesus Christ was a carpenter. He wasn't always a peripatetic preacher. You know, he wasn't just some guy that kept going from town to town all his life. You know, preaching, that's not what he did as a living. You know, that's only during his ministry years. His three ministry years. Before then, he was a carpenter. He built things. You know, he built chairs and tables. So, yeah, I don't exactly know what they're driving at here with the 18 years of life unaccounted for, but the question's a little odd. The question is a little odd. Jonathan Walker says his early life was as a carpenter in Egypt, hiding from Herod and his sons. Not much to stick out in history. Yeah. And really, he's only hiding in Egypt for a couple of years. Really. So, it's really not even that long. As soon as Herod's dead, they're back. So, Addison Weird for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on C. John Collins, not John J. Collins? Doesn't ring a bell. What do you write? I know John J. Collins. J.J. Collins, but not sure about C. John Collins. Let's see, who is this? Maybe they'll looking it up will ring a bell. Let's see here. John C. Or C. John Collins, was that? C. John Collins. Okay. Oh, the Gospel Coalition. Okay. Okay, now I know who this is. Haven't read any of his work. Yeah, haven't read any of his work, so I can't really say. I've heard of him, but I have never read any of his work, so it's going to be really difficult for me to comment on this. So, yeah, very, very difficult for me to say. Because again, I haven't read his works. So, I don't comment on works I haven't read. So, yeah, he hasn't really crossed my radar much. So anyway, I hope that helps. But unfortunately, it won't be a lot of help. Sorry, because I just haven't read his stuff. But thank you anyway for the super chat. We appreciate it. All right, Mama says that the reference to 18 years is he's 12 in the temple preaching to teachers there, and then suddenly he's 30 and entering ministry. He figures there's 18 years to be accounted for. Well, I mean, he was known in Nazareth. He was known in Nazareth as being, say, the son of Mary. You know, the son of the brothers, Mary and his brothers. Yeah, he's son of Joseph the carpenter. And that's what he was doing for a living. My mom adds, but the boring truth is likely that he was being a carpenter and supporting his mom and siblings as the oldest of the family. Yeah, that's what he was doing. Yeah, helping dad out. Yeah, you know, he inherited the family business. You know, Joseph dies and he has to support mom and the siblings. So it's likely at that point, you know, he's Bubba, so does Jesus have sisters? Probably. I believe he does, yeah. Yeah, because it does say his sisters too. So the text that talks about is his brothers and sisters. So yeah, he had sisters as well. And they would probably they would have been younger than him. So they would have needed some sort of financial support. Okay, next super chat here is from BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Was Christ crucified at 9 a.m. or 12 p.m.? Skeptics demand answers. Apparently, Mark 15:25 and John 19:14. Sigh. Okay. There is a difference here of 3 hours. Okay? And let's just go to the texts. Okay. Mark 15. 25. And it says in the third, it was the third hour when they were crucified. Okay? So you have the third hour. So that would be the equivalent of 9 a.m. And then John says in John 19, 14. Now, it was the day of the preparation for the Passover. It was about the 6th hour. And he said to the Jews, "Behold your king." Okay. So the 6th hour. Now, the text here doesn't say he was crucified on the 6th hour, but this is when he's displayed for crucifixion. So he's being displayed for crucifixion at the 6th hour. Now, there is here a difference between the times that the clocks that Mark uses and John uses. Mark is going by the Jewish clock. Okay? Jewish clock is from sunrise to sunrise. Okay, so that's your day starts at sunrise. So that's where we get 9 a.m. Is the sunrise is presumed to be at 6. Add 3 hours, you get 9 o'clock. Okay? Now, John uses the Roman clock. So the Roman clock is midnight to midnight. So the 6th hour is 6 a.m. Okay? So, yeah, Seneca, the 6th hour is usually noon in the Jewish clock, but not the Roman clock. Okay? So this is what's going on here. Is John is writing, his audience is more to Gentiles. So because he's using, John has a tendency to use Roman conventions a lot more than Jewish conventions because of his audience. So it's actually 6 a.m. In John. So that's sort of what's going on here. Is he's presented for crucifixion at 6 a.m. and then at 9 a.m. he is crucified. Okay? So that's what's going on here. It's not that he's crucified and then he's presented 3 hours later. The other way around. But again, it's because the clocks are different. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is the controversy of the late Bronze Age destruction lair at Jericho by Garstein is only found outside but not inside of Nigro's city walls? I did finally get to read Nigro's most recent paper on this. And it's very interesting. It's a very interesting paper. He basically sees, he went back through all the journals, the archaeological journals of the past digs. So he looked at Garstang's journals, he looked at Kenyon's journals, there was one other set he looked at too, and he basically said, yeah, in all three, there's evidence of late bronze destruction. So, and Garstang apparently even found late bronze pottery. So, of course, where that is now, nobody knows because the University of Liverpool lost it. They had a tendency to do that. That happened. That's a thing. Okay, so So it's one of those things that in all the journals, or all the archaeological journals, and we mean here by the personal journals where you kept your notes, all three, yeah, wow, shame on them, yeah, it was, but all three of the previous digs, they had found evidence of late bronze occupation and destruction. So apparently Kenyon found it too. She just didn't write it up. She didn't write it up in her, because she couldn't substantiate it. She found evidence of it. She just couldn't substantiate it. So, yeah. How could they do such a thing? Well, if you've got a lot of stuff hanging around your basement, museums are like this. Museums are like this. They don't have a lot of room. So a lot of stuff just gets cluttered, and people lose things because they suffer from clutter. The old Egyptian museum was like this too, where things just got cluttered and their basement was congested with stuff, boxes and boxes and boxes of stuff. In the Egyptian museum, you couldn't even get at some of the cases for the stelae, sometimes because there was like piles of boxes in front of it. So this is just normal for a museum. And in the case of, say, the Garstang Museum, they've moved locations a few times. So stuff got moved. And they had to make room. So, yeah, this happened very frequently. In fact, when I was at the University of Liverpool, I was there when they were moving into the new facility, and it was just like so much stuff there. Okay. But they Garstangs found a trace of Bronze Age pottery inside in the tell. Kenyon found an actual destruction, a piece of burnt plaster, burnt plaster that would have been on a floor. That indicates that late bronze destruction too. Again, all the digs found this. All the digs found this without exception. They just didn't write it up. So it was very odd. And in fact, if it wasn't for Garstang, it might be still lost, because he was the only one that even tried to write this up, at least until Nigro. Jack Ray, it would be nice to have a self-expanding warehouse for museums like Warehouse 13. Oh yeah. TARDIS. Yeah, let's get a TARDIS for holding museum stuff. Bigger on the inside. Jonathan Walker, I always heard that it was at Jericho, but wasn't near the city or something, where it was painted just a small destruction. Thank you for your clarification. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, as I said, the results that Nigro gave in his most recent paper were really excellent. I mean, he actually went to, as I said, their journals, and because he legitimately asked the question, and it was a good question. Am I the only person to have found this? Am I the only one to discover this? Because if you're the only guy discovering something, that gives you pause, and it should give you pause. It should give you pause to question if you are right or wrong. So he goes through all their journals, his predecessors' journals, and discovers, yeah, they found it too. They just never reported it. Which paper was that? It is, let me look it up here. Just a second here. Okay, where is it? Going deep into my archives here. I grow. Is it? It's this one. I'll flash flash it on the screen here, and you can see it for yourself. Here, do this. There we go. Okay. It is get bigger here. All right, Telesatan, Jericho in the late Bronze Age, an overall reconstruction in light of the most recent research. So that's the article. It was, I forget which journal it was, or publication it was published in, but you could look that up online. It'll tell you where it was published. It's dates to 2023, so it's the most current. It's the most current publication on Jericho. So you'll find it there. It should be it's one of those things that it should be fairly, it hasn't, I don't think it's gone through its embargo yet. It's a publication embargo, which means essentially he's not really free to distribute it on, say, his academia.edu. It'll come up there eventually. Once the embargo's over. It's usually a year. It takes usually a year. So it should be getting close to the end of the embargo very soon. So at that point, you can go and look it up and find it yourself. Okay. So that answers what paper that was. Okay. So that's that one. Let's go to the next super chat. JCM for $5. Thank you very much. Why was the Shulamite woman ashamed of being black? Song of Songs 1:5-6. Okay, let's take a look at that. One. All right. And the text reads, excuse me. Okay, it says, I am black but lovely, O daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar, like the curtains of Solomon. Do not stare at me because I am swarthy, for sun has burned me. My mother's sons were angry with me. They made me caretaker of the vineyards, but I have not taken care of my own vineyard. Okay, so she's not black by ancestry, okay? This is not a race thing. She's sunburnt. She's got a dark tan. She's a laborer. That's what's being communicated here. Okay? It's a sign of physical labor. Okay? And that's why she's ashamed, because she's going to marry a king, and she's a physical laborer. She's worked the vineyards, the fields. So that's, if this is not a race thing. It's not a race thing. It's all about people going out and working the fields so they are naturally tanned. Okay? So it's one of those things that was not seen as a sign of wealth. Okay? This is not a sign of wealth. This is a sign of poverty. That's why she's ashamed. Okay? Because she's poor. And yet she gets selected to marry a king. Okay. So that's what's going on here, is it's not that she's of an ethnic ancestry that's dark skinned. It's that she's spending all her time in the fields working under the hot sun because she has to. So that's what's going on here. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Count Marcy says, I'm glad you have to answer some of these, Dr. Falk, because some of these are very hard. Well, that's what we do here. That's the purpose of this ministry, is to answer your questions about the Bible, to educate. That's what we are. I mean, we're not really apologists. We're educators. This is what we do. So, the only reason we do it just on Fridays is because otherwise I'd be spending all my time answering questions. But it's a way for us to do these Friday night sessions are a way of us to organize the questions and, answer it in a very public way that everyone can learn from it. That's why I also don't do a lot of private consultations, is because if I did private consultations, it would just take away from my time of doing these other things. So, again, this is why we do this. We do this to answer questions. Spread the wealth. Spread the wealth. Okay, so the next one here is from Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you very much. He says, totally not related to a book I got 2 days ago. I wonder which book that is. Could that book look something like that? Huh? Okay, shameless self-promotion over. And he says, totally not related to a book I got 2 days ago. Why are Isis, Nephthys, Neith, and Selket used as cherubim? What is the etymology of cherubim? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know what the etymology of cherub is. Okay, I'd have to look that up. Okay, but why are Isis, Nephthys, Neith, and Selket used is because they are guardians of the dead. Okay, so that's what they are, and they're put on the four corners of the sarcophagus. So for those of you who are not familiar with this, and I'll actually show you the picture. Okay, let's show you the picture. Maybe I can show you to you this way better. So I'm gonna look up here. Image. Okay. We'll just do image here. And this will just take me a moment to find this. So you can get a really good look at this. My writing archives. Books. Color. Where is it? Coffin of sarcophagus of Tut. There it is. Okay. All right, there we go. I'll reduce that. You guys can all see this. All right. This is the corners of the sarcophagus of King Tut. Now you'll see here that you've got a winged woman. This is Selket on the corner here, and she's got her arms and wings stretched out, covering the corner of the sarcophagus. And there's one of these goddesses on all the corners. Okay, so, and each one's different. Each one of these is different, and they are the guardians of the dead. And we see this even on, say, some of the sacred oh no, sacred barks, what's it called, funerary beers. On funerary beers, you also see this. You'll see Isis on one end and Nephthys on the other. They're basically the guardians that escort the soul through the underworld and keep it holy, keep it intact. That's their job. So what we have here then is basically the guardians of the dead. And they're keeping the sarcophagus here holy. And that's why they got their wings stretched out there. They're maintaining that field of holiness within the sarcophagus. Okay? So that's what's going on there. Okay? So that's why they're used. They're essentially goddesses of the afterlife. Goddesses that keep the dead together, as it were. We even see this in some of the funerary hymns, like the Book of the Dead, where Isis and Nephthys are assigned to sewing the bodies together in the afterlife. So the spirit, if it's been dismembered, they're sewing it back together, quite literally with thread and a needle. Okay? Well, at least analogically, but that's what they're doing here. Jack Ray, don't want the dead going undead. That would be messy. Yeah, that'd be very messy. Okay, so Jonathan, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I'd have to look up the etymology, though, of cherubim, though, to figure that out. So maybe we'll have that for you another time. JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Did the ancient Jews ever worship Ezra as the son of God? Not to my knowledge. No, I don't think I don't know of any ancient Jew who did that. I've never heard of that being a thing. So, there might be some reference to it in a Second Temple period text, but this was not something that, I mean, if this was a thing, it was not widespread. Where's this? 1109. Okay. Haven't got it yet. 1109? Oh, okay. All right, so there's no reference to, as far as I know, to Ezra being worshipped as son of God. Okay, Jonathan Walker adds, so the guardian of the holy aspect was preserved for the cherubim on the ark and the curtains. Yes, it was. Yeah, that's exactly its function. So the cherubim on the ark and the curtains are there to maintain the holiness of sacred space. That's their whole job. You have just one job, you cherubim. Don't mess it up. You have only one job. Keep it holy. Yeah, so that's the purpose of the cherubim designs on the ark and the curtains, is to maintain the holiness of that sacred space. Okay, so thank you for the question. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, sponsors a question from Billy Bob. What type of weaponry did Israel use in its conquest of Canaan? What weapons did the Canaanites and other people have at the time? They typically used spears. Okay, it's mostly spears and arrows. Okay, so that's typically what they're going to be using back then. So they did have the compound bow. That was already a thing. Spears and arrows were probably the weapons of choice. So they would have short swords. So They didn't have long swords, but they would have short swords. Axes. They did have battle axes. That was a thing too. So typically what they're going to have is they're going to have battle axes, spears, and bows and arrows. And slings. That's the other thing they're going to have is slings. And slings are deadly. Absolutely deadly. And they were commonly used in warfare. We think about slings as these little pea shooter slingshots. No. That's not a sling. Okay? They were... Yeah, they're like a small cannonball. I would say a cannonball of about... How many inches would I say? I'd say about 3 inches. Yeah, 3-inch cannonball. Yeah. That's a sling stone is about yay big. I mean, it's a 3-inch cannonball. And they are whipped around the head. They're basically put in a cloth. So anyone can make a sling. And these things are, I mean, you can't do this in a crowd. Okay? These slings are, when you're whipping them around, you need about 6 feet on all sides to fire off a sling. And it would go, I mean, these things were hurled with such force. It's crazy. Crazy. Yeah, and deadly accurate. A good slinger is deadly accurate. So, yeah. So mostly that's what they're going to use. They're going to use slings, bows and arrows, spears, and battle axes. That's going to be their primary weapons. A few might have bronze swords, but they tend to be on the smaller side, usually around 13 inches. So they're not we would think of it more as a large knife than we would really think of it as a sword. So Jonathan Walker says David and Goliath was very different than the Sunday's morning servant. Oh yeah. Very different. And Goliath had armor too that was very different as well. He had Mycenaean armor. Because Philistine armor didn't have bracers. Goliath was wearing bracers. This is a very Mycenaean sort of getup. So Darkblade, what color were these blades? Well, color bronze, so kind of a reddish yellow. So, yeah, it was a copper alloy. Generally arsenic bronze. They're generally arsenic bronze. So, because that was the common bronze of the area. Okay. Followers of the Shepherd, question below. And the question he has is from Talitha Kum. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there a serious debate about Luke being a Gentile? I thought that it was obvious. I don't know. I don't know how much serious debate is being done over this. I think the more serious debate is, did Luke write Luke? I think that's the more serious debate at the moment. I hold to the opinion that Luke did write Luke. Okay? But I'm not sure if he's a Gentile or not. That I'm not clear on. And I've never really asked that question either. So, it will be something I'd have to look up. Okay? So, I don't want to guess on that either. So, anyway, that's not going to be that helpful, but it's the best we can do. Okay, Star Wars Nerd for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What happens to those who never heard Christ? Some say God will judge them based upon what they know, but what does that mean? All right. The famous missionary quandary. What happens to those who never heard? Now, one thing we have to kind of understand is that salvation is not based upon what they did. Salvation is based upon what's your relationship with Jesus Christ. That's what it's based on. Okay. So there are those, there people will appeal to, say, Paul and say, for those who never heard the law, there is no law. But it doesn't really answer the question. That really doesn't answer the question in a meaningful way. The fact is, we're not really told what happens to those who've never heard. And there's a lot of people out there that take sort of this nowadays are taking more of a stance of, say, what's called the second chance theory. The second chance theory. And I think there's merit to the second chance theory. The idea that those who go to heaven or to go sit in front of the judgment but hadn't heard of Christ, they're basically given a choice, to be with Christ or not to be with Christ. And where they go in the next life will be determined on that choice. Would they accept Christ? If they are, yeah. Fantastic. If not, also, yeah. Romans 1:20. Let's take a look at Romans 1:20. Yeah, for since creation, the world of the world, his invisible attributes, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood through what has been made, so that they are without excuse. Okay, so they are without excuse in that they do face judgment if they don't repent. But if they haven't heard this, then you can't repent. So even that doesn't answer the question. John 9:41. Let's take a look at that. And this is why I say theologians are up in the air about this. Okay. Jesus said to them, "If you were blind, you would have no sin. But since you say we see, your sin remains." So that would be, say, more towards that second chance hypothesis. So it's, as I said, the second chance hypothesis has merit. It's not clear, though, if that's the case. That's the problem, though. So, and we can really only sort of debate over what's known. So this is one of the problems when you deal with some of these, say, more obscure issues, is it's not always clear. It's not always clear. And we have to be humble then. We have to be humble before the text. And I think it's always a good idea to be humble before the text. Where it's clear, we can be confident. Where it's not clear, we have to be cautious. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable stance to take. And this is just one of those areas that's not really clear. Jonathan Walker says, the Bible specifically doesn't talk about people who never knew Christ. Exactly. However, we know that God is a fair judge and will not hold them for their non-knowledge of Christ. Exactly. He's a just God. He's a fair God. Again, that's not who is a good thing, but he's a gracious and loving God. And that's the thing, is his grace is boundless. His grace in an unmerited favor is boundless. So we are operating on a principle here of grace. So the Bible talks specifically about people who reject Christ, and specifically about those who accept Christ. Talks very clearly about those. Doesn't talk about those who didn't know Christ. So, again, this is just one of those things we have to be careful not to do an absence of evidence kind of deal. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat, Star Wars Nerd. Really appreciate it. Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. From a previous video in relation to biblical studies, are Manfred Betoch and Garstang good, bad, or only good in their specific field of study? Okay. Manfred Betoch is good in a specific field of study, which is Egyptology. He's a field archaeologist, and he's an excellent field archaeologist. Very, very good field archaeologist. Garstang was also an archaeologist. He's out of date, though. I mean, you're talking a 19th century archaeologist there. All his stuff is practically out of date. He wrote his final book on Jericho in the 1940s. I think in 1943, I believe, or 1963, something like that. But it's woefully out of date now. I wouldn't use Garstang for analysis these days. I would use him only for data. Because there's some data points he did find that are still relevant. So, as far as his data points, yeah, sure, perfectly okay. But his his older stuff is very dated. Like I wouldn't trust his ceramic topology in the old stuff, because he was operating under a different set of assumptions. And later on in his career, he had to say, yeah, I was wrong about the dating of Jericho because I got the topology wrong. So, and we're talking here about City 4 at Jericho, which is the Middle Bronze city. So he misdates the Middle Bronze city because he gets the ceramic topology wrong. And he has to get it, he is corrected by, and justly so, from Kathleen Kenyon. So, I wouldn't use Garstang as a source for much anymore. Betoch's work is still very relevant. And it's almost the final say on, say, the city of Avaris. So, Jonathan Walker said, I wasn't sure about Garstang. I sort of heard him mentioned with ABR. Maybe that was someone else. Oh yeah, ABR will mention Garstang all the time. And the reason why is because Garstang dated Jericho to the destruction of Jericho City 4 to 1400. And of course that's perfect for ABR. ABR loves that. Even though later on he says he's wrong. In his final publication on Jericho, Garstang said he was wrong about that. And ABR just doubles down and says, No, he was right the first time. Yeah. Yeah. And frankly, now with the discovery of the Bronze Age Jericho, those findings are just ridiculously laughable. And so ABR's defense of that is not going to work anymore. But they still make it. They still make this defense. Nigro? Who's Nigro? Never heard of Nigro. What are you talking about? Yeah. I mean, that's sort of the APR's reaction to this is, Nigro? I've never heard of what paper is this? Huh? They get very hard of hearing all of a sudden. Okay, so thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, for the excavations at Avaris, Betoch, excellent, absolutely excellent. For Jericho, I wouldn't use Garstang anymore. Kenyon is still relevant. Her reports were excellent. She didn't include the late bronze stuff, but a lot of people didn't include the late bronze stuff. She should have. But for the middle bronze stuff, the reports of Kenyon are still the authoritative reports. Nigro for the late bronze stuff, definitely. Okay. We're after 11 already, so we still got to get through some super chats here. BC for $2 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Plot twist, we are all God's imaginary friends. Yep, we've already covered that. Again, thank you for the super chat. That was funny. Yeah, that was funny. Okay, Silas Birds for $20. Thank you for that generous super chat. And he says, just an FYI, Camera Bertuzzi has tripled down on the shroud with a video less than 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I know. Someone pointed him to your video, and his response was to say, he's not an expert in this field, as if Cameron is. Yeah.
Are an artist.
Not an expert in this field, yeah. I mean, for Cameron to say that is just laughable. I mean, it's really laughable. Yeah, you know, this guy is a guy that never went to college. You know, I mean, Cameron never even went to college, so it's just like, okay, what kind of expert are you?
His interest was in photography.
Yeah, his interest was, he was a photographer. Yeah, he was.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
But just.
I mean, it's fine to be a photographer and, you know, then do a career change. I mean, I'm totally cool with that. I'm not an elitist. I'm not an elitist in any way. But if you're gonna pull the expert card, ooh.
But you do have industry.
Well, I mean, I have the same sort of experience that a lot of the so-called experts on the shroud had. So, you know, I don't see how they're experts and I'm not. It's just like,
You did work in
yeah. I mean, I worked in, yeah, as you said, I worked in the pharmaceutical industry as a computer engineer. I worked at IBM. You know, all these places that they're basically being lauded for it. I did the same thing. So, but I'm not going to pursue this issue anymore either. Though it's not an interest to me. It's a distraction from the other work. So, we did have to respond to it because we think it could lead people to have their faith mocked. We think it's dangerous what DeCaro and Fanti have done.
because if it's disproved,
yeah,
your faith gets.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
hang it on Jesus Christ.
If you hang your faith on it, you know, and the faith gets, you know, debunked, you know, then people lose their faith, and I think that's really a bad thing. That's why I don't like what Ron Wyatt did. Same thing. It's the same thing. You know, Ron Wyatt did the exact same thing. You know, he led people down, you know, with lies, and people got their faith ruined over it. So, so anyway, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. All right, we're going to start whipping through these because this is, we still got a lot.
And we have some really.
And we got some really good non-super chats tonight too, so. Answering LDS for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Were pork laws in Exodus based on a misunderstanding of meat at the time? No. Pork laws in Exodus were based upon agricultural practices of the time. The pork laws were actually something that the Israelites inherited from their time in Egypt. Okay? The Egyptians didn't eat pork. They didn't eat pork because pigs fouled up waterways. That's the reason. It's not about the meat. It's not about the meat at all. It's about agriculture. And agriculture that destroyed other agriculture. So, if you had a pig farm the waterway would be made unsuitable for farming further down. And that's because waterways had a trickle-down effect. You didn't just have a waterway all to yourself, you shared it with other farms. So, yeah, it's not a decision that you made on your own. It just isn't. Yeah, this is a community decision. So, so yeah, so the pork laws are based entirely on agriculture, not on the meat. So, and frankly, trichinosis wasn't a problem back then anyway. So, so this whole idea that's based upon getting sick on eating pork is nonsense. So, pork equals delicious. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, pork is fantastic. Love pork. Poor piggies, but yeah, okay. Okay. All right, next one here is from Mama for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Please describe in detail 2 spirit critters and 2 chaos monsters of your choice for us to render into artwork for future merchant channel emojis. Okay. Well, your 2 spirit critters. Okay, the seraphim. Let's start with the seraphim. They're essentially flying cobras. Cobras with wings. That's what seraphim are. So there's lots of juicy detail to go there. Okay? So that's your seraphim. They're flying cobras, which is absolutely terrifying. I mean, nothing I find more terrifying. Oh, and they spit out fire. That's the other thing. Like a death ray. Okay? Yeah, like dragons. Yeah. So your seraphim, flying cobra with wings, spits out fire. Your cherubim. Now this one gets there's a lot of different descriptions of cherubim. A lot of different ones. They can be winged lions. Okay, they can be winged lions. If the wings, how they're portrayed is depend on how the wings are swept. Okay, so if the wings are swept backwards, they're portrayed as lions with wings. Okay, if the wings face forward, they're usually portrayed as human beings with wings, kind of like what I showed you before. In the image, they look like that. Okay, so basically, a winged person with arms stretched out with wings. Okay, so that's what your typical cherubim is going to look like in the Bronze Age. Now this changes. In the Iron Age, they get 6 wings, and multiple faces too. So, winged similar to the Lamusa of Assyria. Yeah, that's your Iron Age. That's your Iron Age cherubim. Looks more like that. So, they'll also have in some depictions they're also said to have 4 faces, like the face of a what was it now? A lion, human, an eagle, and I forget the 4th animal. I think it's a sheep, but I'm not sure. Okay. So they have 4 faces. So that's your cherubim. Okay. Now the chaos monsters. Wow, we don't have a lot of great descriptions, but the 2 we're going to get is from Job. You have Leviathan and Behemoth. There's also Rahab, is also one of the chaos monsters. There's another one too. Tanaim, I think is another one. There's a variety of different descriptions for these chaos monsters. One is described as a massive ox. that cannot be controlled. One of them is kind of described as a sort of a hippo kind of being. The tail is not a tail, by the way, for Behemoth. You just want to make that clear. It's not a tail. So keep it PG-13, guys. Yeah, where it says in Job, tail of a cedar, yeah. Yeah. Not a tail. Yep, it's enough to get the picture. Okay. One is a sea serpent. I think it's Rahab, that's the sea serpent. The dragon that lives at the bottom of the ocean. So, there's a few descriptions there for you to go on. Again, if you want to get the best of these, you probably have to go into the book of Job, where it talks about Leviathan and Behemoth. Bubble Machine says, geez, maybe us character designers got the Mary Sue syndrome from God's creativity. Our once pure soul trying to replicate God's perfect creation. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Mama, for that super chat. I'm looking forward to see what you guys come up with. It would be real cool. All right, JCM for $5. Thank you for that super chat. God names off a specific set of stones in Ezekiel 28:13. What significance do they hold? We don't know. Okay, I'm going to put them up here in Ezekiel 13, but we'll just talk about this briefly. Ezekiel 28:13. 28:13. All right. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering. The ruby, the topaz. Now, these identifications are highly speculative in the translations. We got to keep that in mind. The ruby, the topaz, the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, and the jasper, the lapis lazuli, the turquoise, and the emerald, and the gold. It was the workmanship of your settings and sockets was in you. On the day you were created, they were prepared. Okay. Now, we're not exactly sure the meaning of all these stones. Let's see, I think there should be 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, just 9. It only mentions 9 of them. Okay, so we're not exactly sure why these stones are chosen here. Now, I am supposed to be receiving in a few weeks. There's a new book that's just come out by Brill. Just come out. And let me see if I can find the title of this new book. Let's see here. Brill. Yeah, review copy. Brill is sending me a copy of this book to review. It is called... What's it called now again? Identifying the Stones of Classical Hebrew. And it's all about this topic. I have been asked to do a review of this book. So it's going to be fascinating. The author contacted me to do the review. So I'm going to get that book from Brill. It should be arriving in about 5 or 6 weeks. And then I'm going to share my thoughts about this on the channel. So you guys are going to get a book review. And it's going to talk about this specific subject. So I'm going to hold off on answering this because he might have insights on this that I don't. In fact, I'm sure he does. So it looks like it was his PhD on just the topic of gemstones in the Old Testament. So it should be fascinating. This book should be really, really interesting. So we will get back to these sort of questions once I read that book and review it. So yeah, I was really surprised the author contacted me too for this. Drill books are expensive. They're really expensive. So, but they're usually excellent. They're usually excellent. So, I'm really looking forward to this. Okay, next one here is Silas Berdes for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What do you think of the Keel and Delish commentary on the Old Testament? Do you recommend any specific commentaries on the Old Testament? I'm not a great fan of Keel and Delish, or Delitz. I think they miss a lot. I think that a lot of their understandings are out of date. I'm not a, as I said, I'm not a huge fan of their Exodus commentary. I think that they need work. It needs work. So, a lot of their references are like when they talk about the Exodus, you know, they're going into Herodotus for their knowledge of Egypt. Okay, that's hinky. Okay, if you got to go to Herodotus for your concept of all things Egypt, yeah, you got some issues. Okay, you need to sort of update your scholarship just a little here. So, my go-to commentary on the Book of Exodus, and I don't have any specific recommendations for a general Old Testament commentary. I don't like general Old Testament commentaries. I do like, however, I mean, I tend to go on a case-by-case basis for my commentaries. So I don't even recommend a single series. But I go on book-based commentaries. Sarna is my go-to, my first go-to. So if there's something that I need to look up in the Book of Exodus, I will go to Sarna first. And then I'll go to other commentaries after. If you did have to pick a series of commentaries, the Nikot series isn't bad. I like the Hermenea one too, but it tends to be more liberal. But Sarna is my go-to. Sarna is my go-to. And I think that's the JPS Taurus commentary series. So that's who I recommend. Okay. Followers of the Shepherd for $2. Thank you very much. For the super chat. Looking into buying a new computer. Any advice? Yeah, build it yourself. Don't buy one off the shelf. Okay? Go to someplace like Newegg and buy the parts. Building a computer isn't hard. It's like Lego blocks. It's real easy to build a computer. I do like AMD components. A big fan of AMD components. The computer I'm running on right now is an Ryzen 7. Okay, so so I like AMD. If I was to upgrade this, I'd probably go with a Threadripper. So because those things are sweet. Those things are really sweet. I'd also say too, buy as much RAM as you can afford. You know, you can probably go a little excessive on the RAM, but even today, I think you need, if you're going to do, depends on what you want to use it for too. Okay? If you want to have a real powerful beast, then yeah, go max out your board. You know, the one I'm running here, I got 64 gigs. It meets all my needs. it meets all my needs. I would spend there's a couple things you really, I think, want to spend on. The motherboard, not so much, is not. I wouldn't put a lot of money into the case or the motherboard. I would get a case that works adequate. Um, Even the power supply, as long as the power supply is a good power supply, you should be able. It should be fairly affordable. The graphics card, they're getting some very affordable graphics cards these days. With say the crypto mining craze over for the most part. DOSman, GPU, CPU, memory, and an SSD. That's SSD, yeah, okay. For the boot device, yes, I'd get an SSD as a dedicated boot device. That's that. For storage, longer term storage, I'd still go with platter drives. Okay, mechanical drives. I have on my system here, I have an SSD for the boot device, and then I've got two platter drives for the for the storage, for the onboard storage, and I have them in a RAID configuration. So I like having that RAID configuration. So, and I think I've got 2 terabytes of local storage here. Anything really big for storage, I'm going to put on my RAID device anyway. On my what's it called now? Network array storage, my NAS. Okay, so anything, if I have really a lot of stuff, I put that on the NAS, and I like having the NAS. So having the NAS has in some ways lessened my need for storage on the computer. Because if I offload the big stuff onto the NAS, that's fantastic. It's redundant. It's it's safer. Bubble machine. As an artist and a gamer, I need a lot of storage. No clue how much though. Um. Well, as an artist and a gamer, what's really going to matter to you is going to be CPU, the graphics card, and the RAM. That's what you're going to really need. You're not going to need so much storage as you might think, unless you're doing a lot of photography. Photographers go through crazy amount of storage. So you've got to keep that in mind too. Photographers go through just an incredible amount of storage. This is one of the reasons why NASs are so commonly used by photographers. Because you need large amounts of cheap storage. Developers don't need so much. And even computer artists don't usually need so much. You know, for most of your needs, a good 8 to 10 terabyte drive will probably suffice for a developer. Bubble Machine says, I take a lot of screenshots in games and to report bugs and make memories and such. Yeah, but again, it's maybe you might need it, I don't know. Okay, so that's my recommendation for a computer. Get a good graphics card though. Good graphics cards are a godsend. They're critical. Yeah, they're critical. An AMD or an Nvidia would be fine for that too, though. By the way, I do use an Nvidia card on my desktop. So I have an NVIDIA card. I have an old one though. I mean, I think I'm using a TI 960. I think that's my. Yeah, it's on the old side now. It's getting long in the tooth. It's getting very long in the tooth. I should probably upgrade it at some point. All right, I want to thank Jack Ray for 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Sponsoring a question from Ruruni Phoenix. Are the ages in Genesis 1 to 11 to be understood literally or symbolically? Did they really live that long? Neither. I'll go this. Neither. It's neither literal nor symbolic. They represent the lifespans of clans. And I hold to the clan interpretation on this one. So I don't think they're symbolic, because any attempt to show them as symbol has just been a complete abject failure. I mean, there's no way of you can get a symbolic interpretation out of those ages. As much as people have tried, and people have tried. Oh boy, they've tried. Kenton Sparks tried, and it was a disaster. And to understand them literally also comes with huge problems, such as we don't find. Here's the thing. Those ages are taking place at a time that is recorded in the archaeological record. Okay? So, like, for example, Abraham is alive in the 18th century. You know, he's alive in the Bronze Age. We got lots and lots of skeletal remains from the Bronze Age. There's no evidence of extended long life. Now, people sometimes will argue, well, that's because just Abraham lived that long. Okay. Well, then you're starting to get into special pleading. And if you have to special plead an argument, you don't have a good basis for an argument. So I wouldn't take those literally either. So they're not symbolic, they're not literal, they're based upon the longevity of a clan. And, you know, it's not uncommon for clans to hang around for 1,000 years. Very, very typical. So, oh yeah. Yeah, Clan McDonald sent us a thank you when we did our video on clans. Because we mentioned Clan McDonald having been around for over 900 years. So, no, BC says Abraham was only 130 though. No, he was older than that. He was older than that. I think it was 170 was what was corrected earlier in the stream. Let's see what the text says. Let's see. All the years of Abraham's life was 175. Okay, so there you go. So he lived to 175. So, no, he's not going to make it to 100. You know, we don't find people of that, you know, period that lived to 175. So, yeah, they're making it to 120 now, but we have a little bit of an advantage. We have a lot of medicine, so our lifespans are getting longer in that respect, but we're still a long ways off from 900. So I think it's much more likely here that we're dealing with a clan interpretation. Essentially, basically, you have a progenitor that basically carries on the family name. You got a progenitor, and then you got clan chiefs. And the clan chiefs are carrying on the family name as such. So that's what I think is going on here. It's not literal, it's not symbolic, but it's something else. It could be that long though. It could be that long. And a clan, because as I say, a clan can live exist for an incredibly long time. So that could be, the number itself could be literal. Okay. But the literal understanding that it's one person living that life is probably unlikely. Okay, let's go to the next super chat here. Ass and Weir for $4.99, stirring up trouble here. And I'm not going to read this one because I don't believe it. Okay, I'm just going to thank him for this, for this piece of trouble that he keeps laying at my doorstep. Thank you, Addison. Dossman, I can't do the colors. I still use my beige IBM Model M keyboard still. Oh, I love those keyboards. Oh, I love the IBM Model M keyboard. My producer won't let me have one. She won't let me have a mechanical keyboard. And I can understand. I get it. Those things are loud. Okay, they are the clackety clack. Oh, I love it. Oh, the Model M was just absolutely a beautiful keyboard. There's the keystroke was just perfect. The other one I really liked was the Personal System 2 keyboard too. The Personal System 2 keyboards were based upon the Model M technology. They were better. They were better than the Model M. But yeah, oh my gosh, those were. Yeah, I've got right now I use a Corsair myself. That's not a mechanical. And it's a membrane keyboard, but it's silent and it does the job. It's got the same tactile feel as a mechanical, but it's got the same tactile. It doesn't have that click, that trigger click that you get on the oh, interesting. Okay. Jack Ray says, dude, linear mechanical silent keys are great for arthritis in the fingers. Okay. I haven't seen many though that have those. So, but I'll be on the lookout for them. But yeah, I do like the mechanical keyboards. But I would never use one at home. Okay, let's see. Next super chat here. Got to get through them quickly here because we are out of time. Next one here is 936. Okay, Aaron Richard for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What is the outline you use to create a sermon? The text. Yep, that's my outline for the sermon. I use the text. I use the structure of the text to create the outline. So basically what I do is I start with the text, take the pericope, and which is just a selection of the text, find out what the key points of the text are, make the outline out of those. It's real simple. And you're also then following the structure of the text to do this. So that's all part and parcel to expository preaching. Okay? So it's, yeah. Don't have any specific outline other than what the text does. All right, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. The better you get at doing those outlines of the structure of the text, the better you get at expository preaching. It really helps. It really helps. Okay. So, next super chat here is from Aaron Richard for $10. Thank you for the super chat. It's often said modern medicine is not good for you. Okay. Some maybe isn't, but modern medicine has saved a lot of lives. How would you compare how modern medicine kept people alive versus how the ancient Near East? And also, could you sign my copy of your book at ETS? Absolutely. More than happy to sign your book at ETS. And I'll even doodle in it. I've started doing that too, where I not just sign it, I actually doodle in it. How did modern medicine keep people alive versus how ancient Near East? Ancient Near East medicine, Bronze Age medicine was not good. Dude, not good, man. Not good. It got some things right. Okay, it did get some things right, but it also got a lot wrong. And a lot of people still died from their medicine. Yeah, not great. Not great. I'll take modern medicine any day of the week over the ancient Near East. So, hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries can't wait for Dr. Falk's sermon building for dummies. Yeah, well. Well, maybe. All right. Next one here is from Mr. Warlight for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on Jesus of the Talmud? Well, they weren't exactly friendly to Jesus, so I wouldn't place much stock in it. Do you think Yeshu ben Pantera was closer to the original Jesus than Ben Joseph Jesus Ben Joseph the Nazarene? No. No, definitely not. That's a complete myth. You know, that whole Ben Pantera thing is just a myth that was circulated 200 years after the crucifixion of Christ to slander him, essentially. So, yeah, it's you're not going to get much out of the Talmud regarding the life of Jesus other than a bit of slander. That's basically it. So, yeah, propaganda. Yeah, that's Emily says that. So, yeah, it's essentially rabbinic propaganda. So, yeah, you can't take it for, and you really can't take the Talmud for much, to be honest. It'll give you a few legal practices here and there that are worth, reading. But a lot of you get contradiction in the Talmud. You get myth. You get a lot of hearsay. It's not a great source. It's just not a great source. Okay, next one here is from Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Sponsoring Christian Maoist question. Awesome. The biblical authors are given dubious origins to rival ethnic groups. Shouldn't that put the story's historicity in question regarding the Moabites and Ammonites earlier? Yes, absolutely. We do. We shouldn't take it at face value. We shouldn't take it at face value. But there could be something to it as well. We just don't know. We don't have the evidence one way or the other. So, because we don't have the evidence one way or the other, we at that point got to be more dependent on what's likely. And are we resorting to just one interpretive meaning here, or are there other interpretations that are possible? So,
based on,
yeah, and you
most likely,
yeah, you base this on as much evidence as you have available. So, sometimes you're going to get a lot of evidence for something. some historicity question. Sometimes you're not. As far as the origin of the Moabites and the Ammonites, we don't have a lot of historicity. We don't have their origin stories. We don't have the origin stories for the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites, any of those guys. So we're dealing in those particular cases. I mean, we kind of figure that the Edomites came from the Shasu. But we don't know what their origin story is. We have no idea what their origin story is. It might be something like this. But until we get that text to say, we're running on an absence of evidence. So that doesn't necessarily put the narrative in doubt. But it doesn't support the narrative either. Absence of evidence is just that, absence of evidence. We don't have the evidence. You don't have the evidence before it or against it. So it's one of those things where, again, just because of, and again, it comes back to the ethnography question. Why are they making this assignment? Okay. It could be perfectly valid as an ethnographic question, even if it isn't according. Well, we would. Here's the thing: we in the West tend to view these things in sort of black and white terms. We're crippled by our Western understanding of these things. Okay, we want to say it's either true or false. Well, that's a false dichotomy when you deal with historical questions. It could be true in one way. That's not true in another way. Because there's various ways of looking at this. So in the case of, say, the dubious origin stories, they can be true in one way and not true in another. They may not be exact lines of descent. But they may also be ethnographically true. It might be their way of receiving history and understanding it in its wider context. So I want to be very careful here not to go too far and say, oh, it's all true or it's all false. That's not a good way of reading the text. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Oh, Dossman, an Apple II with Ultima 4 is a heck of a first gaming experience. My first gaming experience was with Ultima 3. Ultima 3, ironically, Exodus. Is that ironic? My first gaming experience is Ultima 3 Exodus? That can't be a coincidence. I had a friend who had a Pong machine, but I mean, I didn't play it much. Jonathan Walker, your future was set in stone that day. Yeah, probably. Dossman, Exodus, I don't think I beat that one. It was good. I liked Exodus. Ultima 3, yeah, it's really good. 18 Ministries and things have never been the same since, Dr. Falk. Yeah, I did love Exodus Ultima 3. Okay. I played I think I played Ultima 3 to Ultima 9 and the 2 Ultima Underworlds. So I was a big Ultima fan when I was in high school. Big Ultima fan. And I played it on a PC. All right. Next super chat here is from Paul from 1999. Thank you for the super chat. Which group of ancient aliens do you think built the pyramids? Just kidding. Answer one of the regular questions. Okay. Do we have a non-super chat? What's this?
Wanted to
8 what? Or 9:15?
9, 8.
9:18. Okay. 9:18. Okay, I see it. All right, here we go. Did the ancients have fish tanks like for pet keeping? The answer is no, they didn't. The invention of the fish tank is not going to happen until essentially panes of glass become common. Now, you start getting glass panes in the Renaissance period. So that's when glass making technology gets to that point. The Romans technically had some glass, so did the Egyptians, but it wasn't suitable for fish tanks. They didn't make it in large enough sizes for fish tanks. And they also didn't have a lot of small breeds of fish either. They did have ponds, which Egyptians would keep like Nile tilapia in. But they didn't have a lot of they didn't have pets. Not that kind of pet. So ancients, you're gonna get the first fish tanks around the 17th century. That's when you're starting to see the first fish tanks actually been made, and they were made with using glass panes with brass brass and cement to hold it all together. So that's where you're going to get the first fish tanks. Yeah, the fish keeping wasn't a thing. Not until very recently. Now it's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. Although saltwater fish keeping can be a real pain if you don't have the right equipment. And so it's expensive. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you cannot make a self-contained ecologically perfect system in a saltwater tank. It's a pain in the butt. Yeah. Yeah, anyone who thinks that you can make a self-contained ecologically balanced yeah, oh yeah. Mr. 5000. Oh yeah, that was it 5,000 or 4,000? I can't remember. Yeah. This is a guy who built a massive fish tank in his basement. 5,000-gallon fish tank in his basement. And he used to have to get into scuba gear to clean it. Well, what happened was the humidity of the fish tank caused the foundation of his house to be destroyed. One very expensive fish tank. Ooh. 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 Yeah, I'm not sure his marriage survived that. It did not survive that, actually. So he lost his wife, he lost his house. Yeah, over a fish tank. The people who seem to be happiest with fish tanks are those who turn them into terrariums. Really. And you could make some wonderful terrariums with a large fish tank. But those are the people who seem to be happiest, are the ones that turn them into terrariums. Because you can do all sorts of cool stuff with terrariums that you really can't do with a fish tank. And they're lower maintenance, They're easier to keep clean. I had a reef tank. I had a 50-gallon reef tank, and it was just a pain in the butt. It was constant maintenance, constant restarting the siphons. It was just awful, awful. As soon as I turned it into a terrarium, a lot happier. And I had, at one point in that terrarium, 50 species of carnivorous plants. That was so cool. That was cooler than the fish tank. They have all these species of carnivorous plants in it. Yeah, that was so awesome. I'd love to do that again. That I would do it again in a heartbeat. Because that was just, it was awesome. It looked beautiful. Except this time what I would do differently is I would actually make it a full, like, terrarium. You know, with moss and all that, and the fake stone walls and all that. Yeah. Have a little stream dribble down into it.
It was still awesome having a carnivorous.
Oh yeah.
They were big enough.
Yeah, those large. Yes. Yeah, we had some really spectacular carnivorous plants. Really spectacular. So 18 Ministries, what's the difference between a terrarium and a fish tank? How you use it, essentially. You're both using for a terrarium and a fish tank, okay? But in a fish tank, you keep fish. You keep fish, generally, or aquatic animals of some kind. In a terrarium, you don't have to have, don't necessarily keep fish in it. You know, there are people who keep, like, poisonous dart frogs in them. They're generally for plants, so you use it for raising plants. Yeah. Darkblade, the only carnivorous plants I'm aware of are Venus flytraps and pitcher plants. Oh, there's lots more than that. Tons of them. If you want to know a really good book on this, it was Savage Garden. The Savage Garden. Great book. A great introduction to carnivorous plants. A beautiful book. It's a beautiful book. It's one of those that's well worth buying in hardcover. Or not hardcover, softcover. It's a softcover book. It's published by 10 Speed Press. Beautiful. Beautiful. I mean, you'll fall in love with carnivorous plants because the photography in that is just so excellent. But there's the Venus flytraps, of course, but there's sundews. Sundews I loved. Sundews are great. Utricularia. Utricularia are fantastic. Those are the bladderworts. They produce these flowers that look like little orchids. People used to come by our place and think we had an orchid collection. We didn't. It was all utricularia. Yes, it is. Emily Tedesco says, Savage Garden was the name of a cheesy Australian band. Yes, it was. And they both got it from the same source. Okay? Savage Garden is actually a quote from an Anne Rice novel. So it's a quote from an Anne Rice novel. So the book is named after that quote, and so is the band. So, butterworts, really nice. Great plants, great carnivorous plants.
Some lizards. Dr. Falk.
18 Ministries. Average person with a terrarium. I'm going to put some lizards. Dr. Falk. I'm going to remake Little Shop of Horrors. Yep. And that's exactly what we did. It was awesome. Awesome.
We just can't.
Oh, no, it's really difficult. Yeah, our Ark is having some difficulties. It doesn't get enough light in here. Okay. Next one here. I think this actually is the last super chat, looks like. All right, so it's good because it's after midnight now. Mr. Warlight for $2. Where is the Ark of the Covenant's possible location? I think it's destroyed. Honestly, people hate that answer, but I don't think it survived. I think it was taken by the Babylonians, who baked it for scrap. Because the Babylonians paid their soldiers in gold, and they needed that gold to keep the war machine going. Yeah. Sorry about that. There's been a lot of theories on it. I think most of those theories are complete garbage. We did a Mr. EC show on the possible locations for the Ark of the Covenant. So we did a whole video on this. So so it's very disappointing to most people. Most people wanted to be in like in places where it can't possibly be. Like it's not in Ethiopia, sorry. And it's not hiding under the Temple Mount also. So 18 Ministries. I now want my comment made Dr. Falk laugh shirt in addition to my Dr. Falk said my question was interesting shirt. Well, if you guys bought more shirts, you'd get more designs. That's what I'm just going to tell you, okay?
But Haystack got it.
We got it on the list, okay? We got the shirt things on the list, okay? But if you guys don't buy this stuff, you know, it's not really worth our time to design it, so it's also not on Pirate Treasure Island in North America. Yeah, I would say that too. And the Templars are not holding it in the church in Paris, so you can forget that one too.
It's not a really romantic answer that I got. No, but it's.
Well, I mean, the Book of Jeremiah says that the Ark of the Covenant will not be remembered and will not be, you know, seen again. So, you know. I mean, I even heard one crazy thought that person say it was in Japan. Well, Japan, yeah, it's also not in Nihon. Yeah, it's not in Japan. Okay, that's the last super chat. Let's take a couple of non-super chat. Oh, all right. 850. All right, let's go there. Oh, Legion. 850. $850. Okay, take this one from Bubble Machine. And Bubble Machine asks, in Mark 5, 9-12, the demon says, "My name is Legion, for we are many." Does that mean multiple demons can possess one person all at once? Or is the specific type of demon formed into one? Okay, pull up the text. Go to Mark. Mark 5, 9-12. And he was asking him, this is Jesus asking the demon, "What is your name?" And he said to him, "My name is Legion, for we are many." And he began to entreat him earnestly not to send them out of the country. Now there was a big herd of swine feeding there on the mountain. And the demons entreated him, saying, "Send us into the swine that we may enter them. Okay. This is probably one of those cases where it's multiple. Okay? Not that it's combined being, so it's not a composite spirit critter. Okay? It's more along the lines of this is one demon many demons inhabiting one person. We see another text where this is talked about too. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, here in Luke 11. Luke 11:26. And start verse 24 here. I should start a little earlier. When a strong man, verse 21, when a strong man fully armed guards his homestead, his possessions are undisturbed. But when someone stronger than him attacks him and overpowers him, he takes away from him all his armor on which he had relied, and distributes his plunder. He who is not with me is against me, and he who does not gather with me scatters. When the unclean spirit goes out of a man, it passes through the waterless places seeking rest. Not finding any, it says, I will return to my house from which I came. And when it comes, it finds it swept and put into order. Then it goes and takes along 7 other spirits more evil than itself, and they go in and live there. And the last state of that man becomes worse than the first. Okay. So, this is one of those times where people can be possessed, and they get their house in order, they get their life straight, and then what happens is, the demon is expelled, but he comes and brings his buddies. And in Luke 11, that's 7 more. Okay, so there's 8 of them. Okay. Demons love to hunt in packs. They're kind of cowards. They hunt in packs. So this is how they sort of trick people into thinking they're all-knowing too. Is you'll have one demon in one location and another in another, and they will communicate with each other. So this is how they hunt. They hunt like wolves. They hunt like wolves. And this is what's happened to this poor demoniac in Mark 5, is he's been basically dogpiled by these demons. Not just one, but many. Legion. And they overpower him. They overpower him and inhabit him at the same time. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. We got a couple more super chats that just came in. Okay. Okay, Jack Race sponsored for $10. Thank you for the super chat. He sponsors a question from Christian Mawis. A lot of scholars believe there's a connection between mythology and Yahwism. Thoughts? This is a corollary to the Kenite hypothesis. Avner holds this view, where he's basically saying that that there's a lot of people in that region of Midian who were into mythology. So basically, it's the idea that Yahweh is a god of the Edomites or the Kenites or the Midianites, one of those regional peoples. And that because those regional peoples were also into metallurgy, that there's this connection here. Okay? So, So that's I don't know if it's a good connection. It's hard to say. We're kind of operating here at an absence of evidence again. It's possible. It's possible. That's where I think given the two sort of main competing theories for the origins of Yahweh as a basically a deity name, I think the Kenite hypothesis is much better than the Northern Levantine hypothesis. I don't think the it seems to be much stronger than, say, the Northern hypothesis. And it fits with the biblical narrative better, too, to be very honest. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for sponsoring that question. Very much appreciate it. And I also see you gifted 10 more channel memberships. Thank you again for doing that. We really appreciate it. And it really does help the channel. We so appreciate your support. Okay. Now we need a couple more. AT Ministries asks the non-super chat, is tonight a lemon water night or an iced tea night? It's a lemon water night. Basically, I generally have lemon water before a live stream, but plain water during the live stream. So this tonight is just water. Just water. Wish it was whiskey. It's just water. Okay. Let's take that as the last one then. What time is it? 8:35. Okay. 8:35. I don't have any book recommendations on that. Megiddo 3 is kind of pre-interesting. Okay. Dosman asked, where did he ask that? 8:25. Okay, so we're going back there. Go back. Way back. Okay, 8:25 has... Okay, Dosman asks, any good book recommendations on the Megiddo 3 period, if you have any? No. Don't. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. There's some things that you know, when you do a specialization, you tend to especially a historical one, you tend to focus on the interesting aspects, the parts of the history that really interest you. And Megiddo 3 for me is pre-interesting. The Roman period is post-interesting. Even Hellenistic Egypt is post-interesting. The thing I really like is I like New Kingdom Egypt. That's really my focus. I love New Kingdom Egypt. It's fascinating. It's always been the most fascinating period for me. So, that's why I'm into temples. I'm into the elaborate burials, that sort of thing. The best sacred furniture is during the New Kingdom period. So I don't really get a whole lot into, say, even into the Middle Kingdom as much as I do in the New Kingdom. So this is why I don't care much for pyramids. It's pretty interesting. But in the case of Megiddo 3, it's really pretty interesting. I mean, I'll read stuff on the Old Kingdom, and I'll read stuff on the Middle Kingdom, but Nagata 3, not that interesting for me. Okay. Now, you said there was one last question? 8:35. Okay, so 8:35. Jonathan Walker, your Julian one was a regular. But we're going to take this one here as the last question of the night from Harry Stark. Okay? And this is going to be our last question of the night. Because I'm tired. I got 4 hours of sleep last night. I got 4 hours of sleep. So I'm kind of feeling punchy at this point. I have been up for 20-ish hours. So I'm very tired. So this will be the last question of the night.
Although John favorites it.
Oh, okay, we'll answer that first. John Fabeck, we will answer this one, because this is actually a pretty good question. What is Nagata 3? Okay. It's the pre-dynastic period of Egypt. Okay? So, you have, say, before the dynastic period of Egypt. So, you know how we talk about, like, Dynasty 18, Dynasty 13, etc.? Well, you go all the way back to Dynasty 1 and Dynasty 2. And Dynasty 1 is supposedly when Egypt was formed. By the way, there was another question earlier. Somebody asked, do I think that Narmer or Menes was the first king of Egypt? Neither. Okay? I think the first king of the United Egypt was Hor-Ah. Okay? So, but prior to Dynasty 1 is what's called the Nagata period. And the Nagata period is divided into 3 sections, which are called Nagata 1, Nagata 2, and Nagata 3. And Nagata 3 is sometimes called Dynasty 0. Okay? So it's the earliest kings of Egypt. And a lot of these kings were buried at Abydos. So that's the Nagata 3 period. It is the it's what's sometimes called Dynasty 0, so sometimes you'll hear Dynasty 0 or Nagata 3. It's the same thing. But it's that period just before Dynasty 1. So that's what Nagata 3 is. Okay, so this will be our last question of the night from Harry Stark. Has biblical Sodom been discovered? And the answer to that is no. It has not been discovered. Sorry, but Ron Wyatt's biblical Sodom isn't even a city. It's nothing at all. It's nothing at all. It's a natural formation, no walls, no human occupation, nothing there. Okay? It's in the wrong place even. It's even in the wrong place. Tel El Haman is also not Sodom. It's way too late to be Sodom. It's been pretty much dismissed by all the archaeologists. It's just it's just one of those things that is it was wishful thinking by Steve Collins. And even his really weird what happened with that too. There was his field supervisor got sacked by Collins when this field supervisor started questioning. The field supervisor started questioning if Tel El Haman was Sodom, and he was replaced. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that's pretty dodgy because a field supervisor, your field supervisor is after the main excavator is the most important guy on the dig. You don't replace a field supervisor gratuitously. You know, it's just, yeah, it's just terrible. I mean, there's so much hinky about that dig, it's not even funny. So, to our best knowledge, the biblical Sodom has not been found yet, and all the candidates so far have not worked out for it. So, so that's all I can say about this, is that we have not found it yet, and none of the supposed candidates work. All right? So, Jonathan Walker said, the idea of the airburst is the only interesting thing regarding it. Regarding rained down sulfur. You know, that airburst thing has been a bust too. I mean, the world's leading expert on airbursts. By the way, this guy who does airbursts, the real scholar on this, he works for Dow Corning, making ceramics for missile cones. So he knows this stuff cold. Okay. He basically has completely said that this looks nothing like an airburst. Nothing like an actual airburst. What's even worse is, though, that sulfur that they found in the area is bioreacted sulfur. It's found all over the place, all around the Dead Sea Basin. So it's not even in one place. It's found all over the place. You can even find it at Masada. So it's all around that Dead Sea Basin. And it's basically bioreacted. There's bacteria in the soil that digest the calcium sulfate and basically create elemental sulfur as a byproduct of their metabolism. It's really so all those sulfur balls they found around the basin there is just the result of bacteria. So anyway, that's going to be the last question of the night. Any last comments? Nope. Okay, so anyway, we're going to call it a night here. I want to thank everyone who helped support the channel tonight with your super chats. Thank you so very much. And thank you for providing interesting questions too, because you guys are making the show happen. Again, if you want to join us for that tour of Egypt in the Bible, please sign up. The link is in the description. It's going to be great. Absolutely fantastic. So we would encourage you to do this once-in-a-lifetime thing. We also want to thank our membership supporters, Jack Ray particularly, who gives out the free memberships, and those who pay for the memberships, both the YouTube memberships as well as the Patreons. We really appreciate you. You help keep our equipment running, and we so appreciate that. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who watch these videos, who hit that like button, and who share the links on other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. So with that said, have a great night. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible.